All right, Clerk Reed, could you take the roll, please?
Alderman Braithwaite. Here. Alderman Nguyen. Here. Alderman Wilson. Here. Alderman Ruth Simmons.
She's here on the phone.
She's here on the electronically. Phone. Alderman Sufferton. Here. Alderman Revelle. Here. Alderman Rainey. Here. Alderman Fleming. Here. Alderman Fisk. Yes.
All right, terrific. Welcome everybody to the Monday, October 29th, 2018 Evanston City Council meeting. Alderman Ruth Simmons is homesick and not feeling well, but she has called in so she can listen to this evening's proceedings. And if she has a perspective or something she wants to share, we'll try it and we'll see how that goes. Two announcements on my part. First, I'd ask that we take a moment of silence think about this country and think about what's going on in this country in terms of people with guns in their arms and in their hands and hate in their heart and what they're doing and the rise of anti-Semitism. I was really proud of Rabbi London and all of our faith leaders in this community who in less than 36 hours from the time of the incident, which was Saturday morning in Pittsburgh at the Tree of Life congregation that resulted in the death of 11 Jewish members of the congregation, as well as the injury of a couple others, and the injury to the brave and courageous emergency responders who I don't know how many. I think there's a couple still in the hospital from that incident. But I would just ask us to take a moment of silence to think about those victims and what each of us can do to help sort of correct the course in this country. Thank you. Let's move from that to the future of this country, which is our youth. And I just wanted to thank the 55, there were about 55 young people in this community who all wanted to design the mayor's holiday card. And I got some great entries, and we'll be working to select some finalists and a final one that'll be put out in my final newsletter of the year to the 50,000 people that subscribe. And I just really appreciate all of the talent and just the young people and the good work that they're doing in this community. So thank you. Sitting in right now for our city manager is our assistant city manager, Erica Storley. Erica, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. City clerk, do you have any communications?
I do. One, I have a communication from a resident who would like to thank two officers in our community who helped a family member, the resident's mother, Mr. Friedman's mother, return a purse. So he wanted to give a special thanks to all, officers Alvarado and Curran, and I'm delivering this communication as opposed to him delivering it. Also, early voting is going on now at the Evanston Civic Center. It has not ended for the day, so I don't have final numbers yet. But Evanston, when I was going through the math yesterday, we're still in third place. We're about, at the end of the day yesterday, we were about 450 votes behind the first place. So we're looking to, get in first place and make sure that the folks in our community have their voices heard in our local election. So we have volunteers coming into the clerk's office on a daily basis to make phone calls, to do a text message campaign, as well as going out on doors, specifically in the 5th, 2nd, and 8th Ward. We are on track to hit 60% turnout citywide, but we're looking to make sure that all of the wards within the city also hit that 60% mark. Thank you for the folks out there clapping.
That's worth the clap.
Please get out and vote. Lastly, I just want to briefly mention a memo that is from the clerk's office within the packet there, and the memo for the public is to the city manager's budget recommends cutting vital statistics, vital records here in the city. The clerk's office has made a proposal to bring vital records to the clerk's office, which would bring in $100,000 of revenue for the city. We've spoken with the Parks and Rec Department and with an alderman about using that $100,000 for a myriad of options, potentially for Gibbs, and also with the service brought to the clerk's office, we'd be able to provide free birth certificates for folks who are homeless, for folks who are survivors of domestic violence, as well as provide free birth certificates for folks at the Mayor's Summer Youth Program. So we're hoping to get approval for that and bring that service over to the clerk's office and continue to provide a great service here in the city of Evanston. Thank you very much.
Great. All right. Thank you, Clerk Reed. And as we take up discussions about the budget, I'm sure we'll discuss your suggestion as well with vital records. We've got 2 items of business. This is a special city council meeting, so normally the city council doesn't meet on the, is it the last Monday, the 5th Monday? For months that we have 5 Mondays, it usually doesn't. But the council's made a commitment to working hard on affordable housing in Evanston, which is a real challenge. And so this meeting was put on the calendar a long time ago for affordable housing. And of course, we also have a lengthy conversation going on about the budget and the challenges that we have with the Evanston budget this year. This will not be today the last conversation about the budget. We'll be talking about it again on November 12th, on November 19th, and if we need to, on November 26th as well. So those conversations are proceeding. We're going to move now into public comment, and I don't know what our list looks like, Clerk Reed, so we can figure out. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already been delivered to me. Okay. How many do I have? I can't. Is there a number there? Yeah, at the bottom. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. So today we have 45 people that have signed up for public comment. As folks know, the system that we've set up for public comment is we set aside 45 minutes for public comment. We divide the number of people that have asked to speak at public comment by the minutes. And so today I'll give 1 minute to each speaker. And as always, I ask that you try to stay within your minute. I'm going to ask Clerk Reed if he'll do what he did last week, which was just set a timer. And so if you hear what do you usually set it to a minute or two? A minute,
and then after that, 10 seconds.
All right, so he's going to set it to a minute. So if you haven't wrapped up in a minute and it goes off, please be courteous and wrap it up in 10 seconds after that. Okay, so we can be respectful for everybody, get through this, and then the city council can have a conversation about affordable housing in the budget. Okay, so with that, we will move into the folks on the list. The first speaker we have is Pastor Daniel Ruin, and then we've got Meg Welsh, and then we've got Tricia Conley. And I'll do these in threes, and if you wouldn't mind coming up, we can try to get through everyone quickly and hear your comments.
I'm Pastor Daniel Ruin from the 9th Ward, Grace Lutheran Church, and representing Prioritize Our People, a coalition that just had 75 people out on the city steps with members of the media. I checked with my wife. She told me 75. She said she counted, city clerk. So anyway. You know, when there is a budget crisis at the state level, federal level, they always talk about how we got to tighten our belts and get through this together and make some difficult cuts. And I think about how they always say, you know, just what you do in your household budget. You got to tighten your budget and make some hard choices. What a horrible analogy, because I'll tell you something. If I have a budget crisis in my household, I make sure my people eat. If I have a budget crisis in my household, I make sure that my children can go to the doctor. If I have a budget crisis in my household, I make sure my fire alarm have batteries in them. It's a terrible analogy. It's not about the money with this budget crisis in this city, people. It's about your will as our public service. Find your will, and the money will come. How is it that the federal and state level and city level, that when we have priorities for big business or a bloated military budget or a tax write-off, the money just flows in? Why? Because those people have the will, and then the money comes. Find your will. Don't tell us about budget items anymore. Find your will to serve the people of this city for mental health crises, the fire station. Keep the centers open. Prioritize our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Meg Welch, Trish Conley, and Dave Gurin.
I'm Meg Welch. I'm with Prioritize Our People, although they do not endorse everything I'm saying, I'm sure. I want to speak to the proposed changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance, specifically one clause that was there previously and is still there, and that is that it is acceptable for a developer to present an alternative equivalent proposal. I want you to vote no on this and go back to the drawing board. There's nothing that says that you have to vote yes tonight on the IHO. The proposal, this clause says that the developer shall show how this is, the proposal is equivalent. We saw what happens with this with the Albion development. It went to First Bank and Trust. Some people might have been satisfied with it. The public didn't get to see how it was equivalent, and they were allowed to do things that were not specifically in the ordinance. And some of us feel this is an escape clause. So basically, you've gone to all this work, all these revisions, and now here's a little clause that says, but we're not really serious. Do what you want, and we'll consider it.
All right, thank you, Meg. Next speaker is Tricia Conley, then David Gurin, then Lonnie Wilson.
Good evening. I'm here to say Prioritize Our People. Regarding the IHO that you'll possibly vote on tonight, I'd like to talk about public benefits. Affordable housing should not be on the public benefits list. It should be a given. This is not some treat we're giving away. We've got people who need housing, and they need affordable housing, as you all know. This allows developers to get double credit and more code variances by saying affordable units they include are a public benefit. They already get incentives and code benefits for affordable units. Affordable housing is a requirement of our city code, not something extra they do. And by the way, before we decide to sell off our public land that belongs to all of us, consider if you're going to decide that you're going to give that away to a developer who's going to make money off it, maybe we hang on to it and we build some housing for our people right here in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. David Gurin, Lonnie Wilson, Lucinda Bush.
I'm speaking on two issues. One, on the corruption by an alderperson, Alderman Rainey, and two, on my demand that the budget help the poorest citizens of Evanston. First, for the last 7 years, I haven't seen the Ethics Board actually do anything until last Thursday. Now the Rules Committee must meet as soon as possible to issue a penalty on Alderman Rainey on her ethic violations. I recommend the maximum penalty of removal of Alderman Rainey from office. However, I know this council doesn't have the kahunas to enact that penalty. Therefore, besides refusal from votes on Harley Clark, she ought to lose her pay as alderman for the next 6 months. Second, I support the efforts of the Poor People Campaign to help for funding of the poorest citizens of Evanston. Also reclaim Evanston for supporting advocacy of affordable housing. And as a postscript, I would like to add, thank you, Devon Reed, for the good job you're doing.
Great, thank you. Lonnie Wilson, Lucinda Bush, and Michael Baskin.
Your hand, Mike? I think Devon's bringing me Hello. My name is Lonnie Wilson. I'm pretty much a fixture in the town. I've been here, so I have a very interesting look at Evanston and how it's put together, because I see that Gibbs Morrison is now on the chopping block, and being the man who the idea of Buku came from, you know, I tried to get a man to invest in our neighborhood and build something there that would bring some kind of cultural understanding. And then the city got a hold to it. Now it's in you guys' hands. And of course, as we start to have budget issues, let's cut the things that help people. I mean, that's just an old Evanston adage in my mind. Let's balance our budgets on the backs of people who can least afford it. And Gibbs Morrison is, even though you guys haven't done a really good job at managing it, it's a very needed thing and it's also 20 years of my life, so I have a personal feeling about it. But I also want to talk about this budget. How long have we known this deficit was going to be, Mr. Bobowitz? How long have we really known that this would come? Is this some kind of surprise to us? Or did this budget shortfall, was it projected long ago? And if we're going to measure alleys above people, every time I'm voting for the alley needs to go. The people need to stay. So let's prioritize our people for real. So thank you, and I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Lonnie. It's nice to see you out here. Michael. Yeah, and just so people know, on the Saturday meeting, Gibbs Morrison was taken off the table as far as a cut. So in case folks didn't know that. All right, Michael Baskin, Janad Rizki, then Doug Sharp. Oh, did I miss you?
It's before me.
Oh, Lucinda?
Yes.
Yes, come on up. Sorry, Lucinda. Yep.
That's all right.
You're up, then Michael Baskin.
Good evening. My name is Lucinda Bush. I live in the 9th Ward. Last Monday night, I testified at the Skokie Courthouse before the Cook County Commissioners and urged them not to cut the Cook County budget for public health. I explained that I first learned about public health as a child in the 50s when there was a polio epidemic. I remember taking the sugar cube with the Salk vaccine. Our challenges in public health today are even more serious than polio. We deal with issues like Ebola and other health problems. In response to my testimony, Commissioner Larry Suffredin reminded me that the City of Evanston is planning to cut our health department budget. He said that if that happens, the burden will fall on the county to provide the services that the City of Evanston is no longer providing. He asked me to convey a message to you, which was, in his words, we could use a little help from our partners in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Michael Baskin, Janad Rizki, then Doug Sharp.
Hi, I'm glad we do this. It's reassuring, so thank you. I'm here on behalf of Peer Services. Peer Services served 569 people last year on the horrifying torture of substance abuse. Just two comments. A city is, or a community is its building and its people, and I want to thank you for constantly working on the buildings of Evanston. The Fountain Square, for example, it's beautiful. But buildings without healthy people are empty buildings, so I just want you to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Janad Rizki, Doug Sharp, and Trudy Davis.
Once again, I say the city's bankrupt. There's huge tax increases to come, 30 to 50%, which will translate into enormous tax increases. Because what's happened here, just as a few people are saying, it's not the mental health service, it's not the police, it's not any of these things you're cutting. It's all the other things that Mr. Bobkowitz has hidden. And I guess recently came to find out he's underestimating legal fees in the next budget cycle, which will well go over $2 million. And there's big problems to come. And this is what's going on here. These little things mean nothing with these little tiny services. It's what's been done behind the scenes. As I said, the special interests, everything else that's been done here. And that's why this city's in huge trouble. Robert Crown, too, is creating huge problems. So you got to think about that. The people in this room need to understand what has happened. And when they do, I think they're going to be pretty upset. And that's what's going on here. And, to the one last thing, I'm very concerned we would have a committee that we'd appoint 3 non-residents to. I heard 3, maybe it's 2, this Affordable Housing Committee. That, I think, is a problem, Mayor, with your leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janad. Doug Sharp, Trudy Davis, and Tabitha Bonilla.
Good evening. My name is Doug Sharp. I live in the 9th Ward and am with Reclaim Evanston. I'm here tonight along with several other members of Reclaim to address the proposed revisions to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Members of Reclaim Evanston have been working on the affordable housing issue for the past 2 years. We have canvassed the neighborhoods of Evanston to get input and garner support for changes we feel need to be made to the IHO. And we have collected over 300 signatures for these changes. We have reached out to and met with many council members to share our thoughts and get theirs on the IHO. We have attended council meetings of the Planning and Development Committee, and meetings of the IHO subcommittee. Over this period, we have been pleased to see many of our ideas be incorporated into the proposed IHO. The lowering of the AMI thresholds to 60% and the removal of the financial and feasibility loophole are two of the changes we have promoted. But there are two additional changes that are needed to fully maximize the benefits of the IHO. Several members of Reclaim Evanston will now address those changes and why we feel they are necessary.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. We got Trudy Davis, Tabitha Bonilla, and then Conrad Floater.
Hi, my name is Trudy Davis. I live in the 1st Ward, and I'm a member of Reclaim Evanston. I was a community social worker in Niles for 38 years. I've seen the result of a lack of affordable housing, the incredible stress on individuals and families who are often forced to move due to higher rents. Median household income dropped 7% between 2007 and 2014, and median gross rents increased 4% over the same period. So individuals and families are paying more of their monthly income in rent, leaving less money for essentials. Worst are evictions, which can lead to increased poverty, loss of jobs, poor outcomes for the children in these situations. The need for more affordable housing in Evanston is evident and urgent, and we commend the city for recognizing these facts, which we will be discussed next. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Trudy. Tabitha Bonilla, Conrad Floater, and then Rachel Human.
We talked with Tabitha, made an agreement to switch.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Just introduce yourself when you come up. Okay.
My name is Conrad Floater, a resident of the 2nd Ward, member of Reclaim Evanston. I was born in Evanston in 1955. I moved back as an adult in '83 to attend grad school. I've owned a home here since '88, and my children were raised and went to Providence Public Schools, so I care deeply about Evanston and its community. For the past decade, the city has been outspoken and is explicit in its intention to do something about affordable housing. In 2009, the City of Evanston issued a plan for affordable housing that declared a vision for the future of Evanston that stated, all Evanston residents, regardless of age, race, national origin, family size, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or ableness, have an access to decent, affordable housing that's affordable. In other words, costs no more than 1/3 of the household income. In 2017, the city published its action plan for spending almost $2 million in federal funds. This was approved by the City Council, and the plan stated, affordable housing continues to be the city's highest priority. In the years since the professional meeting on affordable housing, proposals have been put forth and discussed, but tonight you have the opportunity to do something about affordable housing. So I have a next speaker to speak about our proposal, what the city needs to do to improve its update to the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Thank you, Conrad. Are you Tabitha?
I'm Rachel.
Rachel, sorry, Rachel. Okay, come on up.
I'm Rachel Human. I live in the 3rd Ward, and I'm a member of Reclaim Evanston. I, like many of my Evanston friends and neighbors, want our community to be not just diverse, but inclusive as well. For this reason, I'm concerned when friends who live and work here talk about moving outside Evanston to gain access to affordable housing. As we look at the changes to the IHO that are being considered this evening, we need to ask ourselves if they will serve to meet those important community goals of diversity and inclusion. Yet, the current version of the ordinance specifies a range of opt-out fees from $150,000 to $262,000 per unit, depending on the type of unit and where it is located. We feel these amounts are too low, and that the fee should be set at $300,000 per unit, regardless of its type or where it is located. The cost of construction is estimated to be at least $300,000 per unit. Developers should not be allowed to dodge the requirement to build affordable units for anything less than the cost they are trying to avoid. And there is another reason to increase the opt-out fee, which my next colleague will discuss. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Mary Ann?
Sharon.
Let's see. Sharon Goodman. Okay, Sharon.
My name is Sharon Goodman, and I live in the 4th Ward, and I am a member of Reclaim Evanston. I care deeply about the diversity in Evanston. The Affordable Housing Fund is one of the only financial resources the City of Evanston has to create and expand affordable housing in Evanston. And increasing the opt-out fee is one of the few ways we have to increase the resources of the Affordable Housing Fund. Most importantly, it is a non-tax source of funds. At a time when we are looking to cut vital city services such as a fire station and health services, setting the fee at $300,000 will maximize the monies going into the fund and increase our ability to do something now about the continuing loss of affordable housing in Evanston. My next colleague will discuss the other change we seek to the inclusionary housing fund.
All right. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, just to be clear, I'm Phyllis Nickel.
All right. Now we got Phyllis Nickel.
Now,
okay.
All right. We're in order now. I live in the 6th Ward, and I'm also a member of Reclaim Evanston. I've been a homeowner in Evanston for about 40 years. I've moved through 3 different wards. I value the vibrancy, diversity, and inclusion that Evanston used to be very much, and I would like it to expand and continue. At last year's special meeting of the Affordable Housing, city staff presented a white paper. And that stated in quote, in order to maintain Evanston's economic and racial diversity and support its mission to be the most livable city, it is necessary to create and preserve affordable housing throughout the city. Yet that same white paper showed that submarkets exist in Evanston with very different costs of housing, and that these submarkets, quote, contribute to economic segregation in Evanston. And I think we're all very aware of that reality. The current proposal allows developers of condo developments to buy their way out of all required units. That option does not serve the city's stated goal of creating more affordable housing. Developers should be required to build at least half of the required affordable units in the new developments, most occurring downtown, not just in certain wards, to create affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you just introduce yourself, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Tricia Tenpenny. I live in the 9th Ward, and I'm a member of Reclaim Evanston. I've lived in Evanston for 29 years. I'm worried that some of the most important people in Evanston aren't going to be able to live here because they can't afford it. These are the people who look after our kids, who plow our streets, drive the buses, work at the library. These are the people who keep the place running. They deserve to be part of our community, not only as employees, but as residents. Reclaim Evanston appreciates the hard work that the city and others have done on this issue over the past years, and we support many of the changes that have been proposed. But now is the time to actually act. The market is currently in our favor. We have all seen the development proposals that have come before the City Council and are aware of many more that are in the early stages of discussion. Developers are coming to Evanston now because Evanston is a good place to invest. Let's not miss this opportunity to maximize the benefits of the IHO. We ask that you make these 2 final changes. Increase the opt-out fee to $300,000 for all developments and make developers build at least half of the required units in all developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
I'm Tabitha Bonnier.
All right, I've been waiting for you, Tabitha.
I think we're back on the list now. I wanted to talk today to express and register some concern and opposition with the closing of Firehouse 4 on Washington Street. I think I've read a lot about opposition to this proposal that discusses how it will negatively impact the communities by increasing emergency response times, but I wanted to add to this concern, and particularly when I look online to see the distribution of people by race and income in Evanston, I feel like the closing of that particular firehouse most affects communities of color and communities with lower medium incomes. And so I wanted to express concern that these neighborhoods are being selected to be undersurfaced compared to other neighborhoods in Evanston. And I wanted to push the city to consider how, despite the budgetary issues that you have, that you can ensure that all communities in Evanston, regardless of race, ethnicity, and income, will be provided the same exact services.
Thank you, Tabitha. All right. Can I just say I really, really appreciate what Reclaim Evanston did, and I know everybody up here in the dais did. You had a message, you organized it, and you all came up, and I really appreciate everybody keeping to the 1 minute. Okay, there was one other name that was on here and we missed, and I just want to make sure you're not out there somewhere. Marianne Kearns. Okay, come on up here, Marianne, and then we go to Murphy Monroe and then Jane Weissenkamp.
Hi, I'm Marianne Kearns. I live in the 8th Ward, and I'm a staff member of Impact Behavioral Health Partners. We are an agency that provides subsidized housing for low-income adults with mental illness and provide wraparound services to those and other adults with mental illness in Evanston. And we receive funding from the Mental Health Board, and I realize that Evanston is facing a budget shortfall, a significant one, and that we're trying to be fair in our cuts. But the Mental Health Board cut is determined to be a third of their current budget, and we've already faced a number of cuts, and the agencies that receive funding from the Mental Health Board have already, in years past, dealt with quite a few cuts. And this one is significant. And I think that the money that agencies such as ours are able to save in hospital emergency visits, in housing homeless individuals, in preventing hospitalization for psychiatric illnesses is much more saved the city and the county than we are spending in Mental Health Board funding. And I hope that Mental Health Board gets a little bit more than the $250,000 cut we're slated for. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Who did I say next? Murphy Monroe? Okay, Murphy Monroe, and then I also had, and I think I jumped over her because we were going through the group, Bia Rashid. Bia, you'll be next. Bia, you'll be next. All right, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Murphy Monroe. I live in the 9th Ward, and I am the executive director of the Actors Gymnasium, which is Evanston's very own professional circus school. I'm here just for 1 minute on behalf of the arts. I think that when it comes to where we are today as a society, there are very few things we are able to turn to that are more likely to help bring people together and who are more likely to help foster common understanding between people of differences than the arts are. The existing arts funding that Evanston has right now is relatively minimal, and the proposed cuts are 100%. Many of the organizations that those funds go to provide the very type of services to students and folks in Evanston that provide the type of information and services required to these folks in order to have healthy all-around lives and to have access to those services at the same rate of the other residents of Evanston. It occurs to me that Evanston will likely spend more money trying to bring Northlight back to Evanston than it will supporting all of the existing arts organizations in Evanston, and I think that's a shame.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Murphy. All right, Bea.
Yes, I'm Bea Rashid, and I'm the director of Dance Center Evanston. I live in the 6th Ward. I'm also here to speak about the arts, and I have several people who are with me to help support funding for the arts. Someone sees violence and reacts not with violence, but with paint or theater, dance, or music. Art is about nurturing the creative spirit in all of us, the side of us that yearns to play. Not with drugs or alcohol, but with the act of making something out of nothing, something of beauty, something of protest, something hopeful. The act of making brings people together. It gives their community an identity. And this is what we value. The artists and those who support them together leave that community a legacy which can last for generations. So when a community supports art, it's not just facilitating the creation of art, it's helping give that community an identity. A community truly invested in the civilization that resides within it. It reaches out a hand, it says, we understand, this is important to all of us. I wanted to raise my children here, open a school, start a not-for-profit, build a theater, because I sense that our city valued the arts. They're fun, creative, and yes, healing. They must be available to all of our community. Please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. All right, we got Jane Weisenkamp. So come on up, Jane, and then we've got Leslie Yimshawn, and then Jill Graham.
Good evening. I'm Jane Wickenkamp from the 6th Ward. I want to talk about affordable housing. I'm a member of the Housing Committee for Senior Housing. There is a shortage of affordable housing, independent living senior apartments in Evanston, forcing those who do not qualify for subsidized housing and cannot afford market rate housing to move out of the community. In addition, and as importantly, there are no affordable assisted living units in Evanston. This means that residents who need more assistance than can be provided in independent living have 3 choices: stay in independent living, receive inadequate care, leave the community, or move to a nursing home, which provides a higher level of care than is needed. The committee recommends a feasibility study to determine the demand for 150-unit mixed-income senior housing development consisting of 50 affordable independent living units, 50 affordable assisted living units, and 50 market-rate assisted living units. We have received a grant from the Evanston Community Foundation, and we are looking to raise $2,500 to complete the feasibility study. If the feasibility study shows there is a market for such a project, the committee will work to solicit interest from developers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jane. We got Leslie, and then Jill Graham, Sue Lullabach, and Betsy Wilson.
Hi, I'm Leslie Yamshan, and I'm an educator. I'm a retired educator, but I have in the last 7 years given a great deal to Evanston, being trained through restorative justice. The reason I'm bringing this up before I go to the real reason I'm here is to say that when restorative justice was taken away from the police department, it fell apart. I have not been in the schools for over a year because there were volunteers that were running the program. The wrong people did not continue restorative justice. So let me move on very quickly to what is really, really touching me now, and that is the youth division as we know it is not going to be the same. The outreach team will report to a new person. Community services will be moved to Parks and Recreation. So here is the question. Does the recreation manager have the training to work in workforce and violence protocols? Please, please consider this, because when things are moved, they don't always work.
Thank you. Jill Graham, Sue Lullabach, and Betsy Wilson.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jill Graham. I live in the 7th Ward. I've been involved with affordable housing for a very long time. And I'd like to speak to the proposed changes in the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I want to commend the proposal for its inclusion of an automatic increase year to year with the consumer price index. The old ordinance did have a possibility that the in lieu payment would go up each year by work of the council, but that in fact never happened. By putting the CPI in there, that's an improvement. But it depends on where the starting point is. And if the starting point is too low, which Reclaim Evanston and others, including myself, think it is, that little bits of increase each year isn't going to go up by enough to, in fact, create enough of a payment into the Affordable Housing Fund to create the alternative units that are not going to be included in a development. So it's very important that that starting point be adequate, and that 300,000 figure is much more adequate than what is in the proposal as it stands, but keep the CPI in there too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jill. We've got Sue Lollenbach, Betsy Wilson, and Alan Factor.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sue Lolbach with Connections for the Homeless and Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. We have sent you a letter before about our views on the inclusionary housing ordinance. We hope that you will pass it tonight. And we also hope that in the choice that you have to make between the options for home ownership and what levels of AMI those units will be accessible for, we hope that you will choose the lower level so that those units will be available for people at 80% and 100% of the AMI as opposed to just 100%. I also wanted to reiterate comments that we've made in the past about our concerns about cuts to the Mental Health Board funding and the cost that those cuts will have to the community, including reduced services to those most in need, as well as an increased burden on the city itself, the city's staff and public safety departments. So I have a letter here, and Clerk Reed, if I can ask for your assistance in distributing this, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. We've got Betsy Wilson, Alan Factor, and then Christine Escobar.
Good evening. Mayor Haggerty, I appreciated your... Is that better?
There you go.
Thank you. Mayor Haggerty, I appreciated your comments at the beginning of our meeting. I think we're all particularly aware this week of the need to attend to community safety and of the dire wounds that are happening on our national level caused by bigotry and simple lack of compassion. I hope that Evanston can do better. This budget fails to do that. We are targeting with these proposed cuts people, the lowest income, the people who are bearing the greatest burden, and essential services like health and human services that address the underlying causes of crime and violence. If we care about forming a compassionate community, if we care about community safety, we need to focus our cuts on, we need to protect the most vulnerable members of our community and not cut the services that serve them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Betsy.
Good evening. My name is Alan Factor. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward and also the chair of the Commission on Aging. I'd just like to make the city aware of the fact that as part of the Age-Friendly Evanston initiative, we have started a grassroots movement called Dementia Friendly Evanston because of the large number of older people who are experiencing dementia and the fact that there are no cures for Alzheimer's disease or related disorders, nor any scientific evidence that the medications to date have proven effective in slowing the disease. So we have established a steering committee of health and social service professionals that have begun to address the issue. Our next step will be working with the various leaders in the various community sectors, health and social services, law, and businesses, which Age-Friendly Evanston is already doing, to get us to collaborate to meet the needs of people with dementia and more, and even as importantly, their care partners. So I just wanted to make the city aware of this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alan. We've got Christine Escobar, Judith Treadway, then Allie Harned.
Hi, my name is Christine Escobar, and I'm a parent and a resident of the 9th Ward, and I've been a resident of Evanston for the past 7 years. I just want to say that I'm here to prioritize our people, and I'm against the Fire Station number 4 closure. I'm against reducing services for our youth and cuts to arts programming, reducing health and human services funding, and reducing funding for mental health services. I just want to bring up one quick point that I have a question about, but obviously I'm not going to get the answer right now, but I did want to bring this up. I did a quick search of city salaries, which led me to a disturbing find, and I found a document that shows the city of Evanston salaries, and I found that Mr. Bobkowitz has the highest earnings of any city official, enlisted at over $200,000. And I realize that that's actually in the document says that it's more than the listed earnings for the police chief and the fire chief. And I would just like to know why this is and why Mr. Bobkowitz is the highest paid of our city officials. And my personal opinion is that I think we need to examine the answer to this question when looking at where the city budget is being directed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. And just so everybody's aware, I know new people come and go. So the fire chief, police chief, everybody report to basically the chief executive officer of the city, because we're a city manager form of government, and that is Mr. Bobkowitz. Judith, welcome.
Hi, I'm Judith Treadway, and I live in the 8th Ward. I just wanted to keep reminding you about the potential for having an employee tax on all of the non-residents who are earning incomes from our taxing bodies in the city of Evanston as a way to defray the budget tax fall that we're in right now. We have estimated over 70% of our taxing body employees do not live in Evanston. That's money that's leaving this community that could be used in this community. I also want to ask about how we could increase the housing fund with the CDBG grant and improve some resources for different affordable housing projects that you may come up with. I'm sure you all are creative enough to do that. I also want to say that we do want to keep our community healthy, so I want to advocate for the Keep the Contagious Disease Specialist within the budget, because it will affect the status of our health services as well as funding, and we don't want to lose that. And my last thing I want to say, and I know I'm going over my minute, is that in 2020 we're going to have a census, all right? Who will be counted and who will not be counted? How will this affect the pass-through funds funding to our city? Thank you.
Good question. All right. Thank you, Judith. We got Allie Harned, then Ray Friedman, then Doreen Price.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Council, City Clerk. I'm Allie Harned from the 2nd Ward. I support everything that has been said so far. And as a school social worker in District 65, I work with a lot of families who are teetering on the edge of financially being able to stay in Evanston or not. And as I said in my first comments to you a while ago, quoting a parent who I was inspired by, I believe that even if all the problems are in Evanston, all of our solutions are here too. We can find the solutions to this budget snafu, but it is going to take working together with honesty, integrity, and without making false equivalencies. As voters head to the polls with the specter of budget woes weighing on everyone's mind, Save Harley Clark wants to dispel some rumors that have been perpetuated by individuals and even certain aldermen that we shouldn't be saving a mansion by the lake when we're closing a firehouse. If that were true, we'd be the first to agree, but it is not true. At Save Harley Clark, we want to make it clear that it is a false narrative to say that there's any impact on the budget with Harley Clark. Save Harley Clark, we believe in human capital, in Evanston employees keeping their jobs, in Firehouse Number 4, in Engine 24, and in first responders. We believe in youth services, in mental health services, in affordable housing, in the health department, and in victim services. The budget problems are not the fault of Harley Clark. It's 0.004% of the annual budget. Vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Allie. We got Ray Freeman, Doreen Price, and Eileen Wivitt. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing names. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Haggerty. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Haggerty, Clerk Reed, and City Manager. I tried very hard to keep this under a minute and also not repeat anything that I had said. I tried.
Thank you.
It's not so easy.
I know.
Concerning
you guys are all doing great, though.
Thank you. Concerning the budget, I thought this would be created by the people and for the people. I was encouraged by your priority-based budget, although I keep hearing that the community was presented with and discussed all programs. No, we were only asked about 10 priority and 10 that were not as great a priority. Least priority. Thank you. And the number one results were, for the priority to save, was mental health at 63%, which you decided to cut. Okay, the least priority, or to cut or eliminate, was divvy bikes at 54%, which you decided to expand. Why would you go through all the time and effort, expense to ask about priority-based budget and then not act appropriately on the info you collected? If anyone had asked me to contribute to Robert Crown, I would have been happy to do so. Now, when you go from 10 million to 30 million and then 53 million a year later, without all of the residents' input on a project that is not priority-based, turns out priority is a real powerful word here now. It's a slap in the face. Okay, I'm sorry. I do agree with the project to rehab Crown, but I also agree with rehabbing Harley Clark. Not for the astronomical expense that you're spending on Crown. Two more points, if I may.
Quickly.
Okay. We're getting reimbursed are we getting reimbursed for $1.5 million for the theater on Howard? And are we getting reimbursed for the $2 million at Chicago Avenue and Howard for the retail stores and 26 apartments, which offers 5 affordable units at 80% AMI? Seems to me when we're investing $2 million in a retail and apartment building, at least 50% of the units should be affordable, and it's 60% AMI, not 80%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. All right. We got Eileen, let's see, Doreen Price, then Eileen Wivitt, and then Daniel Yamshan.
Your generosity with some of us who take an extra minute, a few seconds or whatever it is much appreciated, and we know it's something you're giving to us, so I want to say thank you.
Only seconds that I'm giving if you go over your minute. All right.
You didn't promise.
Welcome, Doreen.
Okay. I'm going to try to outline this and be understandable, but if not, glad to expand on any of this. If someone writes me, I will. I think there's two speakers before me made a comment that said one reason we want to come to the people live here is they want to come and stay, and home equity is something as a young person I thought was a valuable thing, and Evanston was a great community, and so why not, right? This is 1983, and it really turned to be a really, really great investment, except the economy went wham. At 2008, I didn't even know as a resident that the city was planning on trying to help people like me, so I ended up doing a reverse mortgage, and the rest is history. There are people in need right now, and I also found out in that Durham article that I gave that part of the problem is that not enough money was invested in inclusionary housing very early on, and now it's costing us more. So it's avoidable costs, including having an in-house lawyer, looking at things in a moral way with Pat Effion's equity management. To look at life and death as something that's death. One death could pay for one attorney for probably 10 years. But in terms of what else is going on, I think prevention, what you're doing right now, holding these little mini-meetings, having the city council meetings every other week, and 5 days for you guys to do your work and write-ups, and then 5 days for us to give you input.
Great. Thank you, Doreen. Terrific. Eileen Wivitt, Daniel Yamshon, and Rose Welsh.
Eileen Wiviat. I am one of the ministers at the Unitarian Church of Evanston, and I'm here with Prioritize Our People. And I also support the comments of Reclaim Evanston, Connections for the Homeless, and Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. I'm proud to serve as in a community that has such a strong interfaith presence, with so many houses of worship, with so many people feeding those who are hungry and homeless, and those healing souls of a broken and hurting world. As one of those houses of worship that contains the emergency overnight shelter, and as a clergy person who sees the impact of a lack of mental health care, we need more support for mental health care now more than ever. Look around you, and you couldn't possibly miss the fact that anxiety, pain, and inequality and violence are impacting our society. Look around, and you cannot, in good conscience, cut mental health services at this time. A budget is a moral document. Find your moral authority and do right by this community. We count on you because we cannot count on our national leaders to do what's right. Please do so.
Thank you, Reverend. All right, we got Daniel Yamshon, Rose Welsh, and then Priscilla Giles.
Good evening. I'm a retired physician. I'm with EMC, Evanston Emergency Company. And I was thinking about this because we're trained to respond to different emergencies, whether it's mental health or whether we have an epidemic. And when I heard that you're going to cut 2 positions, infectious disease, and we happen to get an epidemic of whatever it is, meningitis or whatever, or we have an issue with public health, suicide, and we're there to help, and we have to refer to somebody, and that person isn't there or not available, I'm going to tell you that you're going to be liable, and I think you better take that into consideration.
Great, thank you, Doctor. We got Rose Welsh, and then the last speaker is Priscilla Giles.
Hi, so my name is Rose Welch, and I'm currently a senior at ETHS. And just this past summer, I had the incredible opportunity of being employed here at the Civic Center to work with, in part at least, the youth and young adult program staff. And we were employed by the city of Evanston to learn and be trained in this conflict resolution curriculum called Kingian Nonviolence. And I'm here to speak about the proposed precarious state that the budget cut would put these staff positions in, and I would ask you to reconsider, because when I worked here, I learned from the people in that division day to day, and I learned about the truly positive effect that their work has in this community, and I think I can count myself as someone who their work and insight has touched just in the days that I worked here. So thank you.
Thank you, Rose, for both working here and coming tonight. All right, our last speaker is Ms. Giles.
Priscilla Giles, the 5th Ward. It's been said that a city budget is a moral obligation to its citizens. The items to be cut are all for needy people, many who laid the foundation and put some overpaid people on the dais. Family Focus, supported by the Mental Health Board, has children and adults who represent every item to be cut, especially the mental health, the education after school programs, and the and affordable housing. Why aren't high salaries on the dais being cut? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. And thank you everybody for coming out and having your voice heard, and also for being respectful of one another and the time. I was really impressed that we got through this long group, and Clerk Reed, I like this new little alarm clock here on your phone. I think that is helpful for everybody. All right, we're going to move now into. I'm sorry, was there? Oh, come on up. All right. I didn't see you here. I might have missed your name. That might have been my fault. So, come on up, introduce your name, and then we're going to get into special orders of business.
Okay. Good evening. Thanks, Council, for having me. My name is Nolan Robinson. I signed up to drive with Lyft after losing a restaurant management job, and it has been a lifeline ever since. Increasing taxes on ride sharing, a service we all rely upon, would be bad business for us. Sorry. I have 2 kids in college, and the cost of college is very expensive, and that money I use and rely upon. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nolan. And we have 2 wonderful kids. All right. We're now going to move on to special orders of business. We've got several in the area of affordable housing, and then we'll get to one on the budget workshop. So in terms of the special orders of business, Alderman Rainey, as the senior alderman, would you mind taking us through SP1, and then I'll have you take us through the SPs to introduce them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Mayor. The first item of special orders of business is public benefit for plan development. Staff requests City Council direction, which could come through the form of a referral to the Plan Commission if a text amendment is recommended, or a recommendation for no further action. This is for discussion. I move we do that.
Okay. Second. Is there a second that we discuss this? Yes. All right. City Manager, you want to start this off?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Sarah Flax and Johanna Leonard are here. Again, we have had presentations previously on this issue, and I think the question before you is what are appropriate next steps. I think if you are looking to make changes in this area, probably as your city manager, I would recommend that you make a referral to the Plan Commission in order for them to do a little bit more work on this. If this is something that you're not interested in pursuing, then we would just receive this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, I think this is something that we have been discussing and is very important to develop a better, clearer, more understandable list of public benefits so that both the community and the development community, our community and the development community, understand what it is we expect from developers and in terms of what actually is a public benefit. So I do think this is appropriate to be studied by the Plan Commission, and I would suggest that we refer this to them and let them take the review the discussions that we've already had and pursue it further in terms of comparing us to other communities and making recommendations.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
And Alderman Nguyen covered a few of my points, but I appreciate the idea that we're going to be focusing a bit more on the tangible. I think we're all tired of hearing, it'll increase the tax base as a public benefit. That's just sort of a collateral thing that, while useful, isn't really a public benefit. So I look forward to that. So yeah, I would like to make that reference. Yep. Get them to come up with some specifics and all right.
Sure. I got a couple more lights, and then we'll hopefully move on to SP2. Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as most of you know, I was impressed with the conversation that we had on Saturday morning with about
looking at a lot of the decisions we make through an equity lens, and this is one of them. And I just want to point out to everybody that there is a holistic approach to some of these issues that I think we're missing. For example, the public benefits that we have in our code, the first 4 of them are related to green space and the enhancement of our environment and the role that plays in making our city more livable, not only more livable, but healthier. And so as we're considering affordable housing questions, of course, we're also considering public benefits in terms of developments that are more dense, cover more of a lot. I voted against one development on that basis, where the entire lot was being the green space was being removed in order for the lot to be built lot line to lot line. And so I think we have to think in these terms. I'm not saying that I'm for or against anything. I'm just saying that we need to, rather than looking at it one issue as an isolated issue, look at all of the issues from the view of equity, and public health is part of that as far as I'm concerned. So I just wanted to mention that if we refer this to the Plan Commission, and I'm okay with that there be an instruction to the Plan Commission that we're going to look at it from that approach too. So it's not just discuss in a vacuum, but that we underscore our commitment to using and making decisions based on equity in Evanston.
Thank you, Alderman Fisk. Alderman Fleming?
Yes, thank you. I'm fine referring it, but I would like to make a couple of suggestions with the referral. So as Alderman Fisk pointed out, with the first 4 things in the code being referring to green space, I guess I would like to see more things that refer to actual people. Yeah. I appreciate green space, but I think that's not as important to me as people. And so I would like to see more thought being put into how these developments can enhance the lives of people. And I also would like to have you all look into if these public benefits need to surround the space of the building. So I know a lot of times that's what happens. I don't necessarily see that in the code. And so I would be interested to see if a developer, is putting something somewhere, maybe an area that doesn't need new street lights or whatever these other benefits might be, can they put that money in and use it for another part of the city? So like my ward is never going to have a huge planned development, so we're not going to be recipients of any kind of public benefit that might come. So I would like to push the Plan Committee or Commission to look past or to look into, do the benefits have to be any kind of geographical surrounding of the building itself? And then just for the record, I would like to remove divvy bikes from the benefit, as well as there was one more, public bike parking. And I know we don't have a firm list, but these are on the list that we have out right now, as well as discounted transit passes, and then those signs in the building that tell you when the train's coming. I don't see those as benefits to the general public as much as I do to people who are living in the building.
All right, thank you. Alderman Rebel?
Well, I certainly agree with everyone that we want to keep moving on this and have a much more updated list of public benefits so that they truly do benefit the community. I have a whole little list of possible ideas, and I would, rather than kind of go through the list here, could we have a few days to submit our suggestions for perhaps to Johanna, and then she could collect all those and forward those to the Plan Commission?
Absolutely. Yes. Okay, Alderman Braithwaite, and that's the last slide I've got up. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess something I'd like to challenge my peers in thank you, Alderman Fisk, for reminding me about the equity lens, or else I would have been, quiet on this issue. I think that staff has done a pretty good job just starting the conversation, and I would really challenge us to keep this conversation right here. I mean, my concern is, and I can't tell you from memory exactly who's on the Plan Commission, but I can tell you this council is more diverse, and my concern is that my opinion and some of the thoughts of residents in the other areas would not be best represented there for a couple of reasons, but more importantly, it's going to come back to us anyway. So if you're willing to, maybe we'll hold this until, sometime in January, February, when we get through the budget, I would really prefer to have this conversation right here at City Council versus referring it to the Plan Commission.
Alderman, we've got Alderman Ruth Simmons, who's been listening, had a comment she wanted to make. Mr. Bobkowitz will do that, and then we'll
I'm going to serve as her proxy this evening.
To speaking.
She would like us to make sure that we look at expanding public benefits to neighborhoods beyond the immediate neighborhood of development. So that certainly has been an issue that has come up previously. There's some legal issues associated with that, but she would like the council to consider the public benefit to neighborhoods beyond the immediate neighborhood of development.
Great, and that reiterates what Alderman Fleming was saying as well. Alderman Wilson?
I just...
I'll go to Alderman Wilson, then can I go to council?
Sure. Okay. I already know what you're going to say about that, but I'm going to say something different. No, as far as the Plan Commission goes, I think, and what you said might or might not be the case, but because they are charged with the task of evaluating these projects, I think it is important for them to get involved from the inception, because they look at the projects before we do. And I think it's important to let them weigh in on what those benefits are going to look like. Of course, we'll have the final say, and we can kind of parse that out in the end. But I didn't want to overlook the fact that they do look at that in the beginning.
Similar to my comments, they are the experts in this topic, and I think we should defer to them and their judgment and have them give you recommendations similar to other projects.
Thank you.
And to Alderman Fleming's statement regarding the surrounding area, that's just limited by case law. Of course, we will give them that direction. You had asked about, does the public benefit need to surround the area? And the case law is pretty clear that it does need to directly benefit and have a nexus between the development and the public benefit. But we will explore that more in detail with the Plan Commission.
I'd also add, when that occurs, outside of the building itself, presumably it is benefiting all of us when we're in that area, even though, for instance, you may be in the 7th Ward or the 6th Ward where there isn't a ton of development. Presumably your residents are down in that area where this is occurring. So, okay, seeing that sort of general consensus that this goes to the Plan Commission, please proceed and take into account all the comments and suggestions. Thank you. Alderman Rainey, could you take us to SP2?
SP2, downtown zoning regulations. Staff requests City Council direction regarding addressing current downtown zoning regulations. This is for discussion.
Is there a second to the motion to discuss?
Second.
Okay. All right. Several lights here. We'll start with Alderman Fisk and then Alderman Nguyen and then Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is initially at my request. Alderman Nguyen, Alderman Ravel, and I, and chair of including the chair of the Preservation Commission and some other invited guests have talked for months on a fairly regular basis in the beginning. Haven't talked for a while about this, but I think we probably need at least one more meeting before this comes to council. Alderman Wilson, we'd love to have you. I would step aside from one meeting so you can sit in. So as a downtown alderman, we'd love to have you come along with us.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Nguyen?
I share Alderman Fisk's view. We haven't met for some time, but I think we were making some serious progress, and I think one additional meeting before we have it come to the council, and then make a reference to Plan Commission would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Wilson.
It sounds like, and I appreciate that I'll have an opportunity to weigh in a little bit more closely, but I'm hoping that you're leaning against the 2009 plan, which was premised on incredibly faulty assumptions, and I don't think that's what the community wants, but okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. Great. Seeing no more lights, this will proceed for further discussion amongst the smaller group before it comes up to the council. Alderman Rainey can take it at SB3.
Affordable Housing Work Plan progress to date is SP3. Staff will provide the City Council with updates on the revised inclusionary housing ordinance, Affordable Housing Fund, the rental of accessory dwelling units, the 3 unrelated occupancy rule, landlord-tenant services, the landlord rehab assistance program, and a housing plan scope of work. This is for discussion.
Thank you.
It's an entire meeting. It's an entire meeting.
Good evening, Mayor Haggerty, members of City Council, City Manager Bobkowitz, and Clerk Reed. Sarah Flax, Housing and Grants Administrator. Tonight I'm here to give you an update on activities relating to our affordable housing. Savannah Clement is not with us today because she is actually on vacation. But I did want to take a very brief opportunity to introduce Ashley Wiley, who is here listening in. Ashley is our first Vista that we have had. She's part of the AmeriCorps program. And so we worked with Housing Action Illinois to get her as a Vista, and she's very involved in our housing planning, and I just wanted to have her introduced. Thank you. We're going to follow the format that we have traditionally done at these, which is to take you through action items, activities to date, and then we have a new and special presentation, which is quite different from anything else we've brought you so far. Action items. And I'm just going to go through these real quick, and then we'll go to them in greater depth. Approval of the revisions to the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance is on the agenda. That was introduced on October 8th, and the council said they would finalize the income levels for the ownership inclusionary units and address any other questions. We have approval of the fee schedule for inspection and registration process of accessory dwelling units that we would like approval on so that we can actually implement that as council approved it earlier this year. And we have an intergovernmental agreement for a assessment of fair housing, which is not unlike the one that we came with last year. Then HUD put that on hold for a bit, and now we're back with it. It will once again be Cook County-wide, and I think offer us both better information and cost us a lot less than if we were to do one by ourselves. There's a memo on shared housing included in your packet that was requested by council, and that is really just for information. We also want to let you know that we are continuing to research and do outreach on accessory dwelling units. The Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus has a series of work sessions throughout Cook County, and we will be one of those sites. Northwestern University has agreed to host the workshop on the 16th of January, and we're looking forward to that. They're bringing in a subject matter expert from Portland, where they've done a lot of accessory dwelling units. Other sources of revenue was separated out from the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance revisions at the last meeting, and the demolition tax increase was referred to the Housing and Homelessness Commission. They will be bringing a recommendation to council sometime in the first quarter, and then if there will be additional work on the other things, we will need direction from council on that. Activities to date on our affordable housing plan. The appointment of steering committee members is on the agenda tonight. We are still waiting. There's been a delay in hearing from Homes for a Changing Region. I expect to hear soon, hopefully middle of November, maybe even sooner this week, on where we stand on that. After meeting with the mayor, they're very interested in everything we're doing. They're just weighing a lot of matters that they have to weigh in their decisions. We do still want to follow in the overall plan the American Planning Association's framework for looking at housing, which has 6 main principles, which goes well beyond what our plans have done in the past, which were really just very much what we were doing in our community. We have to acknowledge that some of the decisions and some of the impacts are things that are beyond our control, and we have to work on a regional basis to address those. This is in the packet. We're not going to try to read this, but it's our way of trying to keep both the council and our public, because it is in the packet, updated on the many items that are going on, and they're all framed in the order of the white paper. 2 pages of them, as I said. I won't try to go through them now. What I would like to do is I'm going to actually go back to our action items and address the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is the primary thing we would like to get your input and approval on.
Sarah, I'm sorry. Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if there's, since that would be the next item on the agenda, that perhaps if there's any questions or comments regarding the work plan, we could take those at this point, and then move to the next item.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Okay. Got one over here, Alderman Fleming.
I do have a question. So I see for the 3 unrelated occupancy, that is still in Planning and Development Committee. Is that correct?
That was tabled at a prior meeting, and we're just waiting for, we aren't prepared to discuss it tonight. We had just put it, it's just on the work plan. It was one of the many things.
All right. Well, I'm not on that committee, but I would hope to see that come up for more discussion soon. And then I had another question about the, oh, actually, never mind. That's P7. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Terrific. Thank you, Alderman Fleming. Really, all right, seeing no more discussion, is there a, where this is on SB3, is there a motion to accept and place on file? Second? Alderman Fisk?
Can I just have an explanation of what it means to accept and place on file?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, under Robert's rules, this has the report being received, so that the council is making an affirmative action that the report has been received and reviewed by the council, and placing it on file merely keeps it with the record of this meeting.
Oh, okay, I just really wanted the definition of the word accept. Are we accepting what's in it, or are we just receiving it and placing it on file?
Organizations, governing bodies use accept and receive interchangeably. If you would prefer to use receive versus accept, I think from a Robert's Rules perspective, it means the same thing. But,
okay, I would prefer that. I don't want to go through every single one of these points and discuss them. I don't think we should be doing that tonight. I do have some questions about them, so I'd prefer to receive it.
Okay, so we'll let me go to Alderman Rainey, and then we'll revise the motion there. Alderman Rainey.
Well, what I want to talk about has already been approved, et cetera, so I just want to give some direction here. The Landlord Tenant Services, MTO, and the Lawyers Committee for Better Housing, we couldn't have 2 better organizations working with us for housing advice, especially for tenants and landlords. I've known them for years. However, we're going to have office hours from Friday, November 2nd to Friday, December 28th at the library. And I want to make sure, I mean, there must be, 15, 20, maybe 10, 12 days where that's going to happen. I hope we advertise this really prominently, because there are a lot of people in this town who are looking for answers to landlords and tenants to different questions regarding tenants' rights. And I think we've been shortchanged for quite a while, and this is really an opportunity to get back on track.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey. We will put information out on that in our city e-newsletters, and also the library is very good at working to get news on things that are happening. So we will work with them on that as well.
Thank you. If we could get it like an announcement or something so we could share it with our residents.
Certainly, we will work with our communications people and get that to you.
Great. Thank you, Alderman Rainey. We've got a comment from Alderman Simmons. Mr. Robquist.
And Sarah, she just wants to make sure that as we're reviewing, home ownership issues, that we include 80% of AMI as an issue for looking at home ownership.
Okay.
All right. Alderman Fisk, could you put forward the revised motion? Mr. SB3.
Yes, I will do that. Let me get back to it. So I move that we receive and place on file SB3, the Affordable Housing Work Plan progress to date.
Great. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's received and placed on file on a 9-0 vote. Okay, Alderman Rainey.
Yes.
Can you take us to SB4?
This is for action, not discussion or introduction, but for action. Ordinance 107018, amending Title V, Chapter 7, Inclusionary Housing. The Inclusionary Housing Ordinance Subcommittee and staff recommend approval of Ordinance 107018, amending Title V, Chapter 7 of the City Code, Inclusionary Housing, contingent on Council's decision on affordability levels for homeownership in 576 parentheses B1. This is for action. I move approval.
Okay, open up to discussion. Seeing no light. Alderman Rainey.
I thought I'd be down at the end of the line. So I just want to discuss one thing about our regulations and rules, and I it's just for discussion. But I've done a chart that shows the progress we've made with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 active developments and active and completed developments over the past several years. Nobody can deny that our staff and council members and the public haven't done so much work on affordable housing and formulating different ideas and thoughts. But I just want to talk to you about the reality of what's going on. So in all of these developments that we have, over the last few years, generated the possibility, when they're complete, of exactly 43 units of affordable housing. This is not what we have now, but this is what we have ordered and voted on, and the developers are working on it. Of those 43, 17 of those affordable units are going to be studio apartments. 19 of them are going to be one bedroom. 7 are going to be 2 bedrooms, and there is 1 3-bedroom. Right now, after several years, and we all know that we've been working on these developments for a long time, right now we have in existence people actually living in, of these 43 units, we have 4 people living at 824 Noyes. 4 families in 4 units. One is a studio, one is a 1-bedroom, one is a 2-bedroom, and one is a 3-bedroom. It's my favorite. Got everything covered. Then we have community partners for affordable housing. We authorized them $326,502 from the Affordable Housing Fund. So there is one family, I understand, in one of the duplexes that they purchased. I'm only working with our Affordable Housing Fund. There were home dollars, 200 and some odd thousand, put on the other unit in the duplex, but I'm not counting that because I'm only concerned with the Affordable Housing Fund. So of all the work that we've done so far, we have 5 families living in units that we have authorized. There are 2 units that are complete at 1571 Maple. That property was completed in April 2018. Those 2 units are still vacant. And the reason I'm told they're still vacant is because they can't get anybody to qualify for the units. Now, when I found that out today, first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to begin working on getting these 2 units filled. But my point in saying this is, while we want affordable housing in the units of the developments that are in the pipeline and getting approved, it is really an inefficient, financially making no sense to do this. We could have used dollars set aside in lieu of dollars, and we could have funded 50, 60 families with subsidies. The way you have affordable housing is you have enough money to pay for the unit you want. In these cases, this is a wonderful way to get housing for people who are in some way challenged physically or seniors, because there are elevators in all these buildings. So it is really great that there are 17 studios and 19 one-bedrooms, but that doesn't do a thing for our families who are looking for affordable housing. It doesn't do anything, and there are only 7 two-bedrooms. And it just doesn't make any sense. Even families, 2 bedrooms is a crunch if you have 3 kids, 4 kids. So I'm just suggesting that people keep their minds open. And I like the idea of the 300,000. That's with 300,000, you can subsidize people for years. And I put together a program earlier this year that I submitted to the council that is in the files. It was accepted and put on file. That is a wonderful program that provides people with the money that they can actually survive and subsidize housing that is subsidized. And the problem with the current housing authority and HUD voucher system is you're given a voucher and that's all you're given. Here's money to make up for the 1/3 of your income added to the current market rate. But it doesn't do anything for you paying a security deposit, for you to get the moving truck, for you to get the daycare while you move your stuff, to buy the boxes, to load your furniture in, to buy new pots and pans, to put rugs on the floor once you get there. It's really, it's sort of like barely even a Band-Aid on the housing problem. So I just want us to think about it. I'm certainly not going to oppose this program, but there are better ways in the city of Evanston to provide for affordable housing. The program that I put together provided for, I can't remember now, either 30 or 50 families, just with the $2 million from the 811 Emerson project. And that project's coming on board. So let's just think about other ways to do it. I know there are affordable housing organizations, development, and some of my favorite people run those. But with affordable housing not-for-profits, there is always a shortage of money to maintain the properties. Always. I've done it myself. There are shortages. People always need to come to the city or to the feds or someplace and not to the regular banks to get money to maintain the properties. And it's just always a problem. So I believe in my heart of hearts that the best way to solve affordable housing problem in the city of Evanston is with a pilot experimental program that nobody else is doing in the United States of America, that I think we should give it a chance, and I'm going to resubmit it because this is inefficient we've now got, what? We've got 5 units of affordable housing. And that's it. And these people are all having, we provide we get the developer to do then they have to pay rent to the developer on the affordable housing. I mean, maybe even get a voucher. I don't know.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fisk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Alderman Rainey. This is so complicated, and we've been working on it for so long, and we've made such progress. And it's a priority for the City Council. There's no doubt about any of that. And I also want to thank Alderman Wilson, because he chaired the Inclusionary Housing Committee, and I think Alderman Wilson, that committee struggled with a lot of the issues that Alderman Rainey just mentioned, as well as a lot of others. There were developers there. There were just a lot of opinions. Again, looking at this with an equity lens is the one missing piece, I think, that I have, and I would be so interested in our doing that. I guess I'd like to hear from you, Alderman Wilson, on just a little report of the committee and kind of bringing us up to date with where the committee ended up and how hard you worked.
Thank you, Alderman Fisk. Alderman Wilson?
I think that characterization is a pretty fair one. It was the group was very thoughtful. Honestly, in the end, I was very pleased that we were able to come to the consensus that we came to, because when we set out to do the project, honestly, I thought we weren't really going to come to consensus on a lot of points. Alderman Fisk, your point on the equity to me is very well taken, and Alderman Rainey, I agree maybe with everything you said. One of the reservations I've always had with inclusionary housing ordinances is how it's going to work in practice. But we passed an ordinance, and the majority has concluded that we're going to, try these programs for creating the units. I have my reservations, and sometimes I have reservations, and my answer to that is, okay, I worry about this. I don't know that it'll work, but I hope it does. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. And then the committee set about the process of trying to make the original ordinance better than what we had on the table. As a side point, I do want to point out a concern. I think a number of the Reclaim group spoke on this particular point, as well as a few others, and I appreciate all the input over the years. I've met with a number of the members of that group over an extended period of time, and it's been very useful to maintain those conversations and to get that input. But one of the things that I try to keep in my mind is, and Alderman Fisk hit the point, is this equity question. And fundamentally, if it costs more to make this phone, if it costs, whatever, 10% more to make this phone, when I go to the store and I buy the phone, I'm going to pay anywhere from 10 or more % more for the phone. So when we have either these requirements for the creation of the units, which are very costly, or the buyout amounts, that means the building costs more for the developer and the lender to create this physical structure. And then the thing that I'm mindful of is that the people who are going to cover that cost, it's the people in the building. It's really easy to say the developer is going to pay this. The developer is never going to, in an altruistic moment, say, yeah, they have this ordinance, so I'm going to be a good person and I'm going to cut my profit margin. That's not going to happen. So it gets pushed down to the other units in the building. And as we push that number higher, one of my fears is that if I'm a developer, I'm going to start looking at this in the light that's going to cost me the least. So in other words, I'm going to create fewer units because I will have fewer things to buy out or fewer units to create. And I'm going to look for a higher margin. So that means fewer units of a luxury nature. And hearing the community, we don't want fewer units of a luxury nature and just a couple of people get to have them for a reduced rate. What we want is a significant amount of housing that's affordable. And So in looking at these numbers, we really struggled with the numbers a lot. So we tried to come up with a balance on, landing at a point where developers would still choose to come here and develop property, but at the same time wouldn't come here and only build, $5,000 a month units or, $800,000 condos or townhomes. So that's what we were trying to keep from pushing into that range. So when you see the numbers, that's why those numbers aren't higher. And there was quite a bit of discussion over these numbers over a period of time. One of the other changes, it's a little subtle, but I think it's an important one, is originally we had looked at a higher amount for properties in a transit-oriented neighborhood. Well, that generally means downtown, but not always, because you have train stops all along the line. And as you get further north or further away from the core of the downtown, generally speaking, the housing isn't as expensive. So it didn't really make sense to charge as much for the buyout of the units in that area that's less expensive. And another important point is if you're doing property that is market rate affordable, you don't have to provide units that are in the program, and that makes all the sense in the world, because you don't want to. If somebody's come to the table and said, okay, I'm going to build property that is market rate affordable wherever that might be, you don't want to hammer them with an additional cost, because they're kind of doing what we need to have as a society and a culture, and you don't want to penalize that. So those are some of the highlight points. But the equity thing is very much of a concern. I don't want to cause the other owners or renters in a building to be paying an unduly higher amount for their rent or their purchases, and so those are some of the thoughts that kind of went into the development of the project of this product.
Thank you for that background, Alderman Wilson. Alderman Fisk.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Wilson, for those comments. I also just want to say, because we do have a lot of developers coming to us on a regular basis, and we do hear from constituents as well. So when developers are looking at cutting costs, they're also looking at the appearance of the building. They're looking at height. They're looking at lot coverage. They're looking at a lot of different things. So when people complain about, oh, that building is just not very attractive or whatever, I think our staff does what they can, but that's always a pushback on us. So I just want everyone to be aware, again, as we look at things holistically, there are trade-offs, and we need to make the decisions on exactly what the trade-offs are. I mean, when you look through Evanston, you look at the 1920s, wow, the buildings in the 1920s are absolutely fabulous. There is a lot of money. People were building very beautiful buildings. We're not going to be able to go back and do that again, but again, you just have to realize that from the point of view of the council, we get other pressures as well.
Thank you. Seeing no more. All of a sudden, whenever I say that, the lights go on. All right, Alderman Fleming and then Alderman Ravel.
So I do appreciate some of these updates here, particularly the transit-oriented. I still do not love 577 regarding the interior finishes. I understand that, from the outside, the unit will look the same and they'll share all the same common spaces. But I think when we talk about inclusion, a slight difference to the interior, it says contractor grade or higher. I mean, it seems like a slight difference, but when you're in a building where other people presumably know or will assume that you are in the affordable unit, and all kind of stigma that might happen there, that's one to me that I'm not going to, I don't like it. I guess I would just say I think if all the departments should be the same, and it should just be that the developer understands they're coming to Evanston. This is a requirement. We value all people, and, all people should have the same things. I do support, or I do feel like we should push on the fee in lieu. I don't know the real estate market, maybe as well as some other people, but I think if we make it higher and we are a desirable community and developers know that this is our standard, they can factor that in with all of their financial things they have to do for the development and understand that this is a requirement, so they will make the building accordingly. I do agree, Alderman Wilson, I don't want the other units to be so outrageous in price, but I think that also, developers will have to factor that in. And so if you have to make 4 or 5 or whatever it is affordable units or pay out whatever amount we have here, I don't know that they can make a building where the rent is outrageous, because then the building just sits there empty, even if they're trying to recoup their costs. So I think we have some room, as the city of Evanston being a desirable city, to increase this fee, because we do want the units in. I agree with Alderman Rainey in that we don't want a bunch of empty units. I am concerned, when we get down to the micro units that we see coming now, where developers say this is the trend. I understand that might be the trend for a single or for a couple, but that is never going to be the trend for a family. And so to stick a family or to cram a family downtown Evanston because we think everyone should be able to live everywhere, I don't know. I think everyone should be able to afford to live everywhere, but I think everyone should be able to live in a place that fits their family needs. And I don't know that, even if you can afford an affordable unit, do you want to live downtown with a bunch of single people or in a building with no parking? I'm not sure if that's what people necessarily want. So I think increasing those fees gives us more money to look at programs like maybe Alderman Rainey recommended, or some other way around the city that we can maybe use these affordable housing funds to build units that do work better for our families, particularly our families who have kids in our school districts. One thing I had a question about, and I know I wasn't on the committee, was have we ever looked at, and again, I know that the city feels like, or the people feel like people should all live in these, nice fancy buildings, but have we ever thought about working with developers who maybe, aren't making units that are going to work for our families, and helping them to find, foreclosed buildings in the city, 2-flat or 3-flat or something that they can actually purchase and remodel those, because they can do that faster than the city can, or we can use that money to remodel those, existing structures so that we have bigger units that are nice, that are affordable. So I don't know if that's something that we can actually do, but I think that's another way for us to use either Affordable Housing Fund or for us to work with our developers to maybe not put the units in their building, but to still make some affordable housing around our city. And there's a way we can do that we don't have the fear of putting it all in certain neighborhoods that can be dispersed around the community.
Thank you, Alderman Fleming. Alderman Ravel. Excuse me? Oh, Sarah, why don't you go ahead and then we'll go over that.
I was going to address that, Alderman Fleming. Yes, we have spoken with developers about doing off-site affordable units that aren't in the building that they are necessarily building. And some of them have discussed it with us. They haven't gone ahead and done it, but that doesn't mean some of these are still developments that are being discussed. One of the things that we were saying we were looking for was something in that general neighborhood or a comparable neighborhood. So all of those things, if they were recommended or developed as a recommendation, would come to council as an alternative equivalent, and council would have the opportunity to weigh in on that. I did just, if it's okay, want to give everyone a little bit of an update on the 4 units at Noyes Street, though, because I think it's something that you'll find helpful. I talked to Community Partners for Affordable Housing, who's handled the referring of income-eligible people. And I just want to let you know a little bit about the households that are in those units and what they're paying. So the 3-bedroom unit, which is at 60% of the area median income, has a family of 4, and that family is paying $1,192 a month. That is all they're paying. They which is a pretty amazing deal for any 3-bedroom apartment in Evanston. So what happens is when we rent up these buildings, or when we set the rent rates and everything, they're based on IDA's rent schedule, and then we have to subtract any of the utilities that are paid for by the household. So a 3-bedroom at just under $1,200 a month, I think, is a pretty amazing deal, and it will be at that proportionate income level for 25 years. The 2-bedroom, which is renting up at 50% of area median, has a household of 4, and they are paying $840 a month in rent after utilities. The 1-bedroom, which is a 60% unit, they're paying $832 after utilities, and the studio, which is a 50%, is being finalized, and is actually going to go to somebody with a housing choice voucher, because of course we can't discriminate on source of income, but that person has been trying very hard to find a unit in Evanston that was affordable, and all the 3-bedroom family was on the wait list since November of 2015 when this ordinance was first approved, and they are an Evanston family. The two-bedroom family had been on the wait list since the June of 2016, and they are an Evanston family. The one-bedroom was on the wait list since November 2017. Again, an Evanston resident, because we have that preference, and I'm not sure about the housing choice voucher. That one's still being finalized. But I believe very strongly that voucher programs have a very important role, but we do pay more when we are supporting a family with, or could pay more than we are getting. These are families that work, they have jobs, and if we can get them housing that they can afford, I think that's quite an accomplishment. Alderman Rainey did point out we have, a number of units still in the pipeline. And I also wanted to address 1571 Maple. Those units were not through the inclusionary housing ordinance. They were negotiated as part of the planned development, and they're at 100% of area median. And yes, there is difficulty getting very small units renting up at 100% of area median, and the developer is actually coming back to the city and asking to change that to a 60% unit. No, those are one bedrooms there. Yeah, no, they're one bedrooms. So, but I just wanted to give the council that update.
Thank you, Sarah. Alderman Revelle.
Oh, that was really interesting to have it made real for us in terms of the kinds of families that are moving into those units. Well, I have to say I've struggled a lot in the idea of what the fee in lieu should be, and I have to say when we started meeting as a subcommittee, I was at the $300,000 mark. I guess over time I've sort of been won over to Alderman Wilson's point of view that I do have a concern about whether the developers are going to, how are they going to pass the costs on to other people living in the apartment? Are we going to really achieve what we want to achieve? I'm so pleased that we are going to actually say absolutely half of the required affordable units must be on site. I think that's a huge improvement. But I guess I'm reluctantly supporting the lower fee in lieu. It is an increase from what we've had, because it's been at 100,000. But I guess at this point I don't feel comfortable raising it beyond the 175.
Thank you, Alderman Revelle. Alderman Nguyen, and then Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Flack, for that information. That's very, very interesting. I think a couple of points. One, to Alderman Fleming's issue about have we worked for not-for-profits. We have in the past. They were CHODAs. Do we have any current CHODA?
Actually, Community Partners for Affordable Housing is a CHODO, and that's one way we have to use some of our home funds. So
right. And that did work successfully until the recession, and then we had 3 of them struggling for probably at least a year or two to find anyone to move into their units. And then I don't know, I think they finally did under very different circumstances than they started off. But perhaps that idea would be worth reviving if we could. But I thank you, Alderman Revelle, for talking about the fee in lieu. That's something that I think I brought up before, but I think that's helpful to hear that issue was discussed, and I can also reluctantly support this amount. Something I'd like to do is have some sort of, not a sunset provision, but perhaps a review period on this ordinance so that 2 or 3 years from now, we revisit it to figure out what has happened and whether these numbers did prove to be accurate or whether they need to be adjusted given what we will find out over the next time period. I mean, if we pass this ordinance, it goes into effect January 1st. We have a number of projects that I know are circling us somewhere, if not in the pipeline. And so I think it will be interesting to see, what occurs under this new ordinance to the developments that those apply to. But I also do have concerns that the trend that we're seeing is in these smaller units and these buildings that that are building one-bedroom or studios that we all think are outrageously priced, but they're doing the market research and coming back and telling us that they can rent them. And so if we're still going to be, as Alderman Rainey pointed out, be producing more of these studios and one-bedrooms, which do fill a niche, but it's rare to get a three-bedroom in any of these. I remember, Alderman Rainey, your plan. I thought it was a really interesting one, and it's something that I think we have to do in parallel to getting these units that would be more appropriate for a senior or a single person who perhaps has some disabilities. But then we also have to use the affordable housing funds that we have to do the rent subsidies for the larger units that we know Evanston families need. I mean, this family has been waiting for 3 years, the one for the three-bedroom. That's my thought. So the only thing that I would add would be that we add some type of to the ordinance, is that we add a provision that says that the City Council will revisit it. I'm trying to think of what's an appropriate time period. 24 months after its enactment to determine whether any of the provisions need to be changed. And so I would make that as an amendment to the ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson.
Ms. Flax, if you could give us, and I guess mostly the audience, I want you to give two pieces of information in a really short couple of sentences, but just remind us all about the work that was done with NSP2 and how much was expended there, and the number of units created approximately, and then also explain to us how who gets on the list for units when we have this program.
Well, obviously, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program 2 was very different. It was to acquire and renovate houses that had gone into foreclosure, and many of those or housing units were in really quite bad shape, so it took a lot of work. But that program, which the acquisition and rehab, we acquired 101 units. The budget for that was approximately $16 million, but also had other money in from self-help and from another source of funding that was rolled in. So one of the things that I think we need to recognize is that to be getting 41 or 43 units of affordable housing that the developers are actually financing and that we are not using public funds on is really quite an accomplishment. And it isn't the solution to everything, but it will definitely make a difference, and that's a shorter period of time than we were able to do the NSP program. That was that part, and then the second part was, sorry?
Who gets on the list?
We have our centralized wait list, which anyone can apply to be on, and they go on by self-reported income, and they are evaluated for whether or not they're going to be in the range for units. They get
anyone from where?
Anyone from anywhere. However, we have a priority that people who currently live or work in Evanston get prioritized. So if somebody is here on the wait list, and then somebody who is an Evanston resident or works in Evanston comes in later, that person will get bumped up above. And you can see the impact of that because virtually all of these families were Evanston families, and were housed too. They just weren't housed very effectively, and they were probably paying way more than they are now paying. So I hope that answers that question.
No, it does. It does. And it's great, and it's great that they're in the housing. And I feel good about that, but I also don't feel good that it took 3 years. But we're doing what we can. That's part of the point. One thing that I didn't point out about the ordinance is one of the intentions with this was to create more well-defined expectations for both the developers and the community. So it's going to be easier if somebody comes in with a project or proposal. They have a general sense of what they're going to be able to do and not able to do, and that's going to be more clearly defined. And I think that will, number one, reduce the level of angst and distress in the community, which is important, but also reduce the risk of somebody coming to town with a project that's not likely to succeed and end up spending a lot of money to not get anywhere. And I think what we don't want to do is we don't want to keep developers away. And I had my share of voting no on projects, so I can take some credit for that. But I do note that 2.5 years ago we had a pretty good line, and I don't think there's a very big line right now. So, but hopefully this will kind of get some traction as far as creating some certainty and getting some more enhanced interest. So, thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, I would like to modify my motion to have the time period to revisit at 36 months, because I think upon reflection, 2 years is not enough time to really build up a record. So I would modify it to revisit of the ordinance at 36 months to examine the data that has been generated. So,
okay.
Thank you.
All right. And Alderman Fisk.
For Corporation Counsel, could you define in the pipeline where a project is officially? What do they have to have submitted, and when, and
Community Development Director can probably supplement my answer if I don't answer this correctly, but I believe it's the zoning application that starts the process. And so defining the pipeline means it goes through a zoning office, and then we issue them back a letter. Any issues that we find with the application, then it moves on to the appropriate body.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing no more lights, we've got an amendment to SP 4 that was seconded, and that was to add a sunset, a review or revisit clause at 36 months. That was seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Do I have to do roll call for an amendment? I'm sorry. That's for the amendment. For the ordinance itself, I will. Okay. All right. And seeing no more. There was a motion that was seconded for SP4, which is the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance 107-0-18. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Alderman Braithwaite. Aye. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Alderman, I guess Ruth Simmons will be counted. Alderman Suffredin. Alderman Ravel. Alderman Rainey. Alderman Fleming. Alderman Fisk.
All right, we're waiting on Alderman Ruth Simmons. I will say that, this motion passes on a 8-0 vote. We're waiting on Alderman Ruth Simmons, but this motion passes. SP4 Ordinance 107-0-18, Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. I think this is a big step forward for the city of Evanston and an appropriate step from our past inclusionary housing. So congratulations, everybody up here, and thank you, everybody that's worked on this issue, and recognizing that change comes gradually, and I think tonight was a big, important change here in Evanston. So thank you for everybody that worked on that committee too. Alderman Wilson, we had a lot of folks from outside that were part of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just to let you know, we're having some technical difficulties with the broadcast of the council meeting. The sound on Comcast is intermittent. We're working with Comcast to fix it. If individuals wish to, they can switch to the streaming of the council meeting, and there are no issues with that. And Mr. Mayor, Alderman Ruth Simmons has texted, and her vote is yes.
All right, so that ordinance passed unanimously, 9-0. All right. Alderman Rainey, can you take us to SP5?
SP5. This is for action, approval of a $200 fee for initial registration of an existing dwelling unit and a $75 to $375 fine for renting an unregistered dwelling unit. This is for action. I move approval.
Second.
Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing no light, City Clerk, could you take the roll, please, on SB 5?
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen. Aye. Alderman Wilson. Aye. Alderman Ruth Simmons. Alderman Suffredin. Aye. Alderman Ravel. Aye. Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, SB 5, approval of a $200 fee for initial registration of an existing dwelling unit and $75 to $375 fine for renting in an unregistered dwelling unit, passes the City Council 8-0 with a, while we're waiting for Alderman Ruth Simmons. Alderman Rainey, can you take us
Yes.
to SB 6?
This is for action. It is Resolution 100R18, being asked to approve an intergovernmental agreement for the 2020 to 2025 assessment of fair housing. The city would contribute $13,000 of the total assessment of fair housing budget of $327,000. Move approval.
Second.
Seeing no discussion, City Clerk, could you take the roll, please? Do I not? I have 13,000. The city would contribute 13,000.
I apologize. Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen. Aye. Alderman Wilson. Aye. Ruth Simmons will be counted. Alderman Suffredin. Aye. Alderman Ravel. Aye. Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
All right, SB 6, Resolution 100-R-18 to approve an intergovernmental agreement for the 2020 to 2025 assessment of the Fair Housing Act, passes the City Council on an 8-0 vote.
And Alderman Ruth Simmons votes yes.
And Alderman Ruth Simmons votes yes and voted yes on SB 5 as well. So both of those pass unanimously on a 9-0 vote. Alderman Rainey, yes.
SB 7 is different forms of shared housing. The staff has shared with us different forms of housing, and this is for action to accept and place on file.
Could we revise to just say review and place on file?
Review.
No, receive, excuse me, receive. Thank you. Was that seconded? Any comment? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this is accepted and placed on file on 9-0 vote. Thank you.
SPA is the Evanston Development Corporation presentation. Representatives from the organization will present the City Council with an overview of activities.
Terrific. Thank you.
I have Dick Coe here from the Evanston Development Corporation, a cooperative actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a typo, to talk about a new way of getting affordable housing and economic development in our community. And after Dick makes his presentation, we'll talk a little bit about the Community Revitalization Challenge that we went to see if we can find new ways to fund it, which is working with banks trying to get CRA credit. So I'm going to turn this over to Dick and let him.
All right. Yeah. Before you start, Dick, let's. Alderman Fisk has a comment or question.
Yeah, I was just wondering. This doesn't seem to be on the packet online. Will we go from SP 7 to SP 9? So if anyone is watching at home, I mean, just.
We will have to put this presentation up afterwards. We didn't have it in the package. It's just the presentation.
It's on the agenda, right? It's an item on the
right.
agenda, Alderman
Okay.
Fisk, but
All right.
yeah, the material didn't get in there.
Okay.
Terrific. Well, welcome, Dick Coe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Clerk. I'm honored to be here. My name is Dick Coe. I am a resident of the 7th Ward. Both my children were born here in Evanston Hospital. I've been a resident for more than 10 years now, proudly. I'm a District 65 parent, and I serve currently on the Citizens Greener Evanston Board. So some of you may know me as the chemistry professor that turned home builder. I used to research solar materials and alternative fuels. About 3 years ago, I led the Northwestern team to design a full-size solar-powered house to compete in the solar decathlon. And I wanted to remind you of what we did. So I'll use some slides to tell a story, and then I'll come back to what we're developing right here in Evanston. So September 2017, Mayor Hagerty and Bob Fisher from Evanston Lumber was there to really cut the ribbon for this house. It was designed for older adults to age in place. So this entire house, two bedroom, two full ADA accessible bathrooms in 1,000 square feet, and that's the living space. You'll see how beautifully designed our students working with community members were able to achieve. And we came back winning first place in communications, first place in market potential, and also third place in engineering. And also from the middle school students of Colorado the super awesome house. So we were proud of that. But we ended the project with this quote that I like a lot. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. And I think we know better on how to engage the community, how to build a better and more efficient house, and we can do better. And that's what I want to present to you today, the Evanston Development Cooperative. As I listen to stories today and read the roundtable and follow Evanston Development, the question is, why can't we be our own developers? Why can't we, as residents of Evanston, turn matters into our own hands? So the Evanston Development Cooperative, EDC, as we've shown it to be, builds community wealth in Evanston by recruiting and training residents to design and construct high-performing housing, to develop resilient neighborhoods, and to realize opportunities for education, ownership, and economic stability for all. And I'll walk you through how we are going to do that. So first, why a cooperative or a co-op? The structure of a co-op anchors it to Evanston by collective ownership. We will have workers in it. We have investors, both Evanston residents. It will focus on the community. We will have democratic member control of the co-op, member economic participation, so workers and investors share in the profits that the co-op or the development co-op will obtain. And there will be a focus on education, training, and information through the lens of equity, through the lens of sustainability, resiliency, and also a co-op by definition is autonomous and it's a self-help organization. We start by creating jobs and workforce training by recruiting, training, and hiring Evanston workforce, and these are what we call Class A shareholders in the co-op. We will introduce and use modern building methods and materials to increase career appeal. What we've learned in the last 3 years is a 21st century construction job can be very different than what we see out on our streets today in our neighborhoods. We can increase labor productivity through technology, increase energy efficiency of Evanston housing stock, improve safety, reduce construction waste, reduce cost of construction, and also reduce time requirements for plan review and inspections. And part of the increase in energy efficiency is also reducing utility costs that our affordable units will be able to achieve. And like Sarah mentioned, that's the gross rent that we will be able to use to finance these projects. It is especially important to think about how EDC wants and will build these structures. We will use structurally insulated panels that I'll show you right here in a minute that are well suited for our initial building types. Yeah, so I'll leave one here. Feel free to take a look at it in a bit. You'll see that these are OSB with polyurethane foam in between. So this is a slightly thicker version, but these can come pre-manufactured. So we can design it up front with conduits and, of course, windows and doors cut into it. These are panels for the exterior wall, 4 feet by 8, 9, or 10 feet. And what we accomplished with these structurally insulated panels is that we're agnostic to design aesthetics. These are just how you would normally frame a house. The speed of assembly, and note that I use the word assembly, we can train our workers here to assemble these with cam locks, and we've seen, I'll show you a video where we can frame a single family house in 2 to 3 hours per floor. Wow. So we can do this in a day. With R26 walls, airtight, near passive house standards, all as part of the standard. And performance, I mean, we know we can achieve energy savings and improve indoor air quality, waste reduction. We've seen how houses are framed, and what comes along with the crew are dumpsters. We can avoid that. And also fire safety and climate resiliency. So this picture was a similar panel system built on St. John when Hurricane Irma came through in September 2017. On this property, every single structure that was built using traditional methods were wiped out, except for the structures built with these similar panels. Again, these are, imagine them being like the Yeti cooler for a house. They're solid. And I should mention this corner piece, there are no thermal bridging, it's a solid corner piece. The polyurethane foam is fire resistant. You can take a blowtorch to it, it just does not burn, as opposed to many other insulation materials, including polystyrene. Just to give a sense, so we started this project at Northwestern, we started construction in June of last year, and literally in one day we framed the house, with our 26 walls. And you'll see in the picture the sconces, the outlet boxes are there, so we were able to have the electrical conduit inside the insulation. So that also makes construction faster and less disruptive to the neighborhoods. And here's a video of a crew working. This is working with Habitat for Humanity, but you'll see they start with a corner piece, and if you can see the time in the bottom, they just go one panel at a time. Most people are watching, really 2 people are working. But over time they can start, and this is actually slow-mo, but you'll see that in just less than 2 hours they can frame the whole floor, first floor of this house. And we want to start building coach houses. And these are zoning allowable coach houses or small single-family houses that are allowable today. We're not asking council for any changes. We will find the customers who can build these coach houses, and we will serve Evanston homeowners who need or want to age in place, who want to care for aging parents, and also achieve affordability with supplemental rental income. As and council has heard stories about ADUs and coach houses, we see building in a new way and an energy efficient way is the way to go, and we allow our residents to age in place. We've heard stories of wanting to downsize but live on the same lot that they've paid off on. We've heard stories of residents wanting to bring their mother-in-law into their backyard, hence the name Mother-in-Law Suites. And also to serve the Evanston workforce. We've heard stories today during public comment that it is important to keep our workers and teachers here in Evanston. In addition, building small saves energy. This is data that we've collected. We as a community, a median home, if you look at the overall number of metric tons of CO2 over the years, a small house at about half the size is 36% reduction in CO2 emissions. When you look at other green building efforts like optimized end-of-life reuse or high-performance shell home, building small is inherently green. And I think that's especially interesting to us in Evanston, where we have a lot of low-density R1, R3 zoning. So we can help our city achieve our climate action and resiliency plan goals by building small and serving our community. So here's our vision. We want to create a co-op to build community wealth, to attract talent to join the skilled workforce and remain in Evanston. We want to significantly increase affordable housing units available across and throughout Evanston. We expand to other building types as we grow to single-family, multifamily, and mixed use. So think of the co-op as a way to build, but also as a way to develop property with community focus. We decrease our per-resident carbon footprint as we build energy-efficient houses at cost comparable or cost-negative projects that we're seeing, achieve our CARP goals and beyond. And I think what's really exciting is this is our chance to become a national leader, whether it's in a co-op movement, workforce training, public-private partnerships, climate action, equitable development, and also become a regional supplier of these structurally insulated panels. And I wanted to, before we end, acknowledge my co-founder, Robbie Marcus, here, and also a co-incorporator with the state of Illinois, Eric Dingle, here from the 4th Ward and 5th Ward. And to get this to work, we need deep, long-term strategic partnerships with the city, with nonprofits that we heard from today, all of them, with our schools, District 65, District 202, Oakton Community College, Northwestern. I would acknowledge Dave Davis for being here, and also our residents. There's no quick fix here, but I think the EDC is a mechanism for us to put some of our residents to work, put some of these issues right front and center, but also allow our cities to participate in that equity building process. And I know we can make this work because we have the 3 critical ingredients here. We have the strategic partnerships that we're forming. We have a new business model to attack affordable housing, sustainability, and also job creation. And we have technology to support us. So I've proposed EDC as a private sector solution to many of the public challenges that we face today, and let our residents give it a shot. So thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dick. This is a really interesting idea. It's worth a round of applause. So I'm going to open it up to any questions the council members have. I have, and the lights are going on, Dick. So that's a good sign. if I heard your presentation correctly, you said without any zoning changes required from this city council, you could move forward and actually bring this concept, as long as, again, people are investing in it and everything, to Evanston. Is that correct?
Correct. That's enough for us to get started.
Enough. Okay. And so what is it that you would need then, or looking for from the Evanston City Council? Is there anything in specific?
So our goal today was to bring this to your attention. We see this as an absolute interesting and innovative way to do this. We've spoken with co-op experts, we've spoken with developers, and the consensus we're getting is no one else has tried this. So Alderman Rainey, I think this is an opportunity for us to be leaders. So right now, I'm not asking council or the city of anything other than we will be in your wards working with your constituents, with your workers, with your homeowners to understand how do we do this in a neighborly way? How do we do this in an ethical way, in an equitable way? So yeah, we're here just to let you know we exist, and we will be in your wards.
Terrific. Lots of comments or questions coming up. We'll start with Alderman Fisk and then Alderman Rainey.
And thank you for your presentation. It's exciting. So land acquisition costs in Evanston are huge. Especially if you're not looking for any zoning changes, lot coverage changes, anything like that. So your focus at the beginning is going to be coach houses, and okay, so that's a good place to start.
Yeah, and working with homeowners who own the property. Yeah.
Right. Okay. For the house that you built for Northwestern, what would be the market value of that house? What do you have an idea?
Yeah. So we do. So part of our cost estimate is $385,000 for almost 2,700 square feet of space, 1,000.
And that's what it cost you to build, or that's the market?
That's what cost us to build. So market would depend on.
Okay. So that plus then the cost of land would be. If somebody wanted to purchase a piece of property in Evanston and have you come build a house, that would roughly be the
that
cost.
Plus the land.
Right. Okay.
But I think that's exactly what we're seeing is the land is so precious here that builders come in and they, of course, build as big of a house as they can. So one thing, and also with our house, it was completely net positive. We had solar panels, residential battery, EV charging. But I think where the coach house idea is provocative is we work with existing homeowners to build on the land that they own. So then we help them achieve affordability by whether it's income so that they can stay in the main house, or they can downsize and move into the coach house and rent out the 3, 4, 5 bedroom house to a family that we addressed earlier during council meeting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Alderman Rainey?
Yes. So thank you. What would you say would be the square footage of your average dwelling unit as a coach house?
Great. So right now, as a coach house, as we know, it would be attached to parking. So we see the easiest build to be above a 3 or 4 car garage. So
you would add two. I'm
2 or 3.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So it'd be on top.
I'm trying to get the whole picture.
500 to 600, 800 square feet.
Okay, on top of a garage. Okay, so you would create a coach house, is what you're saying. Okay.
And replacing
as opposed to building one on the ground.
Correct.
But you would do that too. An accessory unit on the ground. Right. So you said these are co-ops, right? So are you going to group them all together? I mean, I understand the co-op legalese for a multifamily building. I don't understand it for individual units. How does that work?
So think of us as right now, currently as a workers co-op where we hire Evanston residents, high school graduates to join the trades. We see nationally and in the city, it is hard to find skilled trades pipeline. So yes, so we will, the co-op part is that the workers share in the profit. We have homeowners who would hire us as you would a general contractor to build a coach house. So
the coach house would be a piece of real estate, improved property, and be a single,
so it would be
privately owned.
Okay. It'd be simple, but
the organization is a co-op.
Is the co-op.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, great. How about Alderman Braithwaite and then Alderman Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a pleasure to see you back. I remember when we talked about this, what has it been, 2 years ago when you submitted for the competition and to come back with an affordable model of a house is really exciting. So, Sarah, I was curious, we have some areas in the second ward, one particularly where the house is vacant. I think the city's working on obtaining that property. Is that a location, and we can discuss this offline, I'm curious to know maybe the maximum that you could put on a lot, on like a formal size, so is it just one home per lot?
Well, one of the things we have proposed, and we still want to continue that discussion, is having a different zoning approach, which is what we were calling small lot housing, or a special use where somebody could present how you could have more smaller units on a. That's not the first thing that Dick perceives them as working on, but I think that's a very viable thing that we want to look at, because I think there are opportunities to make a new type of housing that we don't currently have, that we were calling small lot houses.
Thank you.
And also to add to that, I think one comment earlier was that market forces are saying one-bedrooms are attractive in Evanston. This is one way to not have to put it all in one place. And it would serve different residents, whether older adults, parents who want, residents who want their parents to live nearby, to everything in between, commuters.
Thank you, Dick. Alderman Nguyen and then Alderman Fisk.
Thank you very much for this. This is very interesting. I'd like to get a lot more information. So, if I understand it correctly, so you're innovating both the building materials and the method of not manufacturing, but manufacturing the house, yes, but also the way that the company is owned, or actually all three. So. Do you have a website so that we can, if we want more information, we can understand better? And does anyone else, did you invent these panels, or I mean, how did you decide to use the panels, and why wood and not metal?
Yes, great question. So we are building our website right now with a group of talented Northwestern students, so that will be forthcoming. We wanted to
composite material.
Yep.
Right.
So with these panels, we did not invent them. We're actually working with a North Carolina-based company who own the IP. However, we are in discussions of licensing that technology. I purposely did not do that as an individual. I wanted to set up the co-op so that the licensing agreement would be with the co-op, with an eye towards not only do we supply our own materials to our city, but also looking at potentially creating light manufacturing jobs here in Evanston to look at supplying this to nearby suburbs. So we would right now treat them like a vendor. We would design it ahead of time, know where all the places are. Once we hit go, they showed up to our job site on pallets.
Right.
And once we have the volume, I would love to manufacture them here.
So, so this is sort of a throwback to kit houses in some ways. My grandparents bought their house through a kit, and my grandfather built it. So, so it comes, all the pieces, every nail, everything you need, and then you put it together, like
a Sears Roebuck.
Yes,
house
exactly. Right.
Yeah, so this was, right now we're focusing on, we don't want to do too many things all at once. Right now we're focused on the building envelope based on what we know and what scientists have looked at is just the building envelope and HVAC are the big and key parts of making a house healthy and energy efficient. So we want to focus there. And, the interior carpentry and exterior siding, we would still use, of course, recycled materials to the extent that our customers want, but working with local vendors and certainly local Evanston installers.
So my last question is, why wood and not metal or some composite material as the exterior of the box?
Yeah, so wood allows us to make manufacturing just easier to supply. Find suppliers for just, these are Huber zip systems on the outside or OSB on the inside, and right now the manufacturer just actually gets this from retail, so it makes it just easier. So we have a lot of opportunity as we develop other building types to look at how to make it more energy efficient but also cost effective. And I should add that I am not in love with this technology. I'm in love with the problem that we want to solve here.
Oh, it's great. Keep innovating.
Thank you. Thank you, Dick. Alderman Fisk.
So when are you up and running, and how can people contact you?
Excellent. So we are filing our co-op articles of incorporation with the state of Illinois. We've established our company structure, equity structure. We will be out talking to Evanston investors and workers to recruit. So I think by later this year, by November, December, we will have the online materials to share. It will be evanston.coop will be the URL. That will go live later this year. The best way right now, I think, is to probably still go through Sarah. But I should add that right now I am a Northwestern professor, but I intend to leave that to pursue and to push this forward.
Wow.
Time.
That's awesome.
Because what occurred to me, back to that, when you know better, do better, it also occurred to me that, this is our town and let's double down. Right? This is really an exciting time, but also a challenging time. And we have the ingredients to make this work. And if we can talk about mitigating climate change, but we can't fix it in our own backyards, what's the point? My kids will grow up here. So that's where I think later this year things will transition, and we will continue to work with Northwestern, with District 65-202, Oakton. And this is part of how we feed our talented residents and students into this industry that needs a real boost.
Thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
More affordable housing, more sustainable, and workforce development.
Yeah, and one last
Three
note
great
to
things.
add. Last Friday, Sarah Flax and Ashley Wiley and Robbie Marcus and I drove down to Bloomington, Illinois. We were selected by Housing Action Illinois to pitch to banks through the Community Revitalization Challenge. I think we're biased, but I think the feedback we received were very positive. We heard banks tell us that this is one of the most innovative things that we heard. We want to follow up. We've heard banks say we would love to see this in other communities. So to us, that was an exciting moment to see we can be a leader and we can share this information with other cities. Yet the company will never leave Evanston. We will help other cities set up similar models, but this co-op will never leave Evanston.
We'll hold you to that.
Let's prove that it can work here. Great. Thank you, Dick.
I just want to give you a real quick, the banks that were there, they're looking for CRA credit. Associated Bank, BMO Harris, Fifth Third Bank, First Midwest Bank, First Savings Bank of Hedgewish, Hinsdale Bank, and U.S. Bank. So there are some real national players here, and I think we're waiting to hear back if we will get matched or if the Evanston Development Cooperative will get matched with the bank, but then they could provide technical assistance for their, so they don't have to hire a CFO. They could do grant funding as startup funding if they want to. They're interested in the opportunity of loans to people who want these accessory dwelling units because they, of course, are in the business of making money. So they found that it was kind of the most holistic approach, and they like the economic development aspect of it, which they hadn't seen from any of the other housing apps.
Terrific. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Dick. Okay. All right. We need to come back and revisit everyone SP4. There was an item in there that the council actually had to make a decision on that we all forgot about. The SP4 is the inclusionary housing ordinance. So I don't know if it's city manager or Sarah. We're going to have to do a couple procedural things here and just quickly make a decision on this. Wally, do you want to explain this?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First, we would ask that the council entertain a motion to suspend the council's rules to allow for reconsideration this evening.
Move to suspend the rules to allow for reconsideration this evening on SP4.
Did we not?
So, Sarah, we had an alternate in the proposal, and we did not make the selection on what the alternate was.
Correct. We had two proposals on.
But Sarah, just for a second.
I'm sorry.
So that's the explanation of the motion.
Okay, so that's why we would need the motion. Is we have it's an either or, but we didn't pick which of the two. So if we're going to adopt the ordinance, we have to have. Or
to choose
we
one.
don't have to do anything, but we ought to do it. So it doesn't. Otherwise, it would not make sense.
Or you'll have to come back.
Yeah, we don't have to come back. So.
I was just saying.
So that was the motion on suspending the rules so we can reconsider
discuss.
It needs a two-thirds vote.
It needs a two-thirds vote? Oh, okay, so I need to do an actual roll call.
Well,
okay.
They could vote if there's any dissenting, you'll know.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to suspend the rules?
Aye.
Tell us one more time what we're suspending the rules on.
It is there in the ordinance draft. There's an either or. There's an option that we were supposed to select one of the two. There was. I'd mentioned how we came to consensus on almost everything except for this one point. So, on the inclusionary housing ordinance, yeah.
That's correct.
And then Ms. Flax, hopefully we can pull it up. There it is. Okay.
Okay, so we're suspending the rule that says we can't reconsider these things. That was the motion to suspend that so we can reopen this and discuss it tonight. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so this item is being reconsidered now. This is SP4. And Sarah, can you take us through the two decision points we have to make?
Yes, the only decision that's outstanding is the level of median income at which ownership units, inclusionary units, would be priced and sold. The IHO subcommittee had talked about having all of the inclusionary units for sale developments being at 100% of area median, or splitting and having 50% of them at 80% of area median and the other 50% at 100% of area median.
It's for ownership. It doesn't apply to rentals.
For ownership only.
Right.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Alderman Nguyen.
So, Sarah, is anyone on the commission, can it be, at least for the first one, could it be up to 100% of area, or not? Yes. So
it can always be up to. In other words, if they can, there's always a range, even when you price something at 100% of area median, depending on the individual purchasing and their capability to qualify for mortgage, and they could perhaps even as low as 80% get a property that's priced at that level under certain circumstances.
Right. So obviously, then B is the second option would be up to 80%.
Right.
And the other one would be between 80% and 100%, or 100 or 50% at 100%.
What it means is when you're doing the calculations for the pricing, you would have some that were theoretically priced for people whose incomes were at 100% of area median, and the others would be for lower income. There's always some play in who can qualify for them. It's just their actual income couldn't exceed those levels.
Okay, thank you.
Can I use an example? In our NSP program, virtually all the houses were priced at, theoretically, were priced for 120% of area median. But in reality, we had the bulk of the buyers were between 90% and 115%. We had very few buyers who could qualify for mortgages who were at or below 80% of area median, and that is a challenge with that income level.
Thank you. Alderman Rainey.
But Connections is asking us to lower it to 60 from 60. Is that what I remember?
No, that's rental. Rental is at 60.
No, but on home ownership, there was no mention of that? You didn't? Right, okay.
It's the rental.
The problem I see here is that we shouldn't have a problem. Could we not say up to a certain number, and whoever wants to apply can make an effort to apply?
Sure, absolutely.
I mean,
they may not be able to, it doesn't mean that they can't apply.
We can't control that part.
Correct.
But we could encourage them if they felt that they were qualified to apply.
Absolutely. And somebody who has saved up money and can put down a bigger down payment absolutely would be able to buy. It's just where we set the pricing, because in the inclusionary housing ordinance, we will set the pricing based on the PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, costing no more than 31% of that income level, but that doesn't mean that some people can't still purchase if they are lower income.
Thank you. Alderman Ruth Simmons has a question, and then we'll go to Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, she asks, what was the average AMI of purchases at the NSP2 properties?
The average was really, we had a few that were below 80. Almost all those were condos. But most ranged from 90 to about 115% of area median. So we were in that range. A fairly broad range. The very difficult thing with 80% of area median and below, with setting them at that range, is then you're restricted to only that, and if the mortgage market changes much, you run into the types of problems we had when we had those home projects that we couldn't get sold because the market crashed.
Thank you.
Keep in mind that we also have the buyout for condos in the ordinance, the full buyout at 1.5 times the fee in lieu.
Right, exactly.
Alderman Wilson.
As usual, Ms. Flax covered almost everything I was going to say, if not everything. So thank you. My inclination at the meeting was to go with 100% for, I think all the points have already been made, but there were legitimate reasons to, as far as affordability is concerned, for the latter. So I'm interested in everybody's thoughts. So not a super strong opinion, but I just think likelihood of success is maybe higher at the 100%, but I don't think it would fail at the other one.
Does anyone want to put through a motion? I don't see any lights for discussion.
I move that we adopt the all IDUs at 100% AMI.
Do I need to vote? Do I need a roll call on this?
It is an ordinance still, so.
Okay, all right. So, City Clerk, could you take the roll?
Alderman Braithwaite. Aye. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons will be counted. Alderman Suffredin.
No, she votes no.
Okay.
No, okay. Alderman Suffredin. Alderman Ravel. Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
And then I move.
All right, so that sort of amendment to set the AMI in the ordinance passes 8-1.
Okay, and I move that we approve the ordinance as amended.
Second.
Okay, City Clerk, could you take the roll?
Yes. Alderman Braithwaite. Aye. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons will be counted. Alderman Suffredin. Alderman Ravel. I'm sorry. Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
All right, we'll wait on Alderman Ruth Simmons. Okay, well, hers is coming in right now. The vote stands at 8-0, passing the ordinance 107-0-18, inclusionary housing with an AMI for ownership set at 100%. Okay. Yeah, that's worth a clap. All right.
May I ask one other question?
All right. Do you have a question?
And Mr. City Clerk, Alderman Ruth Simmons is no.
Okay. All right, so she's a no. So that passes on an 8-1 vote of the Evanston City Council.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we are plumb out of Fifth Mondays for a while, unless you would all like to be here on the 31st of December, which my guess is likely not. So what is the general feeling of when you'd like to discuss affordable housing issues next? We've been doing it roughly quarterly. Would you like us to find a date in January or February? February?
I think we've got a lot of things that we're implementing, or at least several things that we're implementing, and maybe by then we'll have some information on how that might be starting to get some traction.
Everybody looks good with that. Let's go with February.
So we'll look for a date. And
okay.
Ms. Flax and Ms. Leonard, first of all, if you could help us remember that, and I want to thank you both for an outstanding job.
Yes, thank you for all of your good work, city staff. All right. We've lost a couple aldermen that have stepped aside. What I was going to suggest is that we jump forward one more housing item, which is the housing steering committee that we're proposing to put together. This was an action that came out of the last meeting. City staff worked on this along with the Housing and Homelessness Commission, and looking for a motion here. What I will, before I say that, let me add, we had over 50 people, I think it was close to 55 people apply to be on the Affordable Housing Plan Steering Committee. We, per the Housing and Homelessness Commission and the city staff and my okay, we opened it to folks that were not residents of Evanston, to include residents that were not residents of Evanston or people that are not residents, but have a connection to Evanston or have a deep connection to affordable housing. We looked carefully at all the different applicants, and we sent out to all of you as well sort of a matrix, putting everything out. Alderman Revelle did apply for the committee, and we wanted to have one alderman on it. She also serves on the Housing and Homelessness Commission, so that's why I put her forward on this. Alderman Wilson. And this is for this is for action this evening. Alderman Wilson.
And I'm pleased with the effort and attention you gave to the selection, so I move that the appointments be approved.
Is there a second? Was there a second, Alderman? All right, so there's a first and a second. Open for conversation, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, could you just remind us of the purpose of the committee and what you expect them to achieve? And is it an open-ended appointment?
Yeah. So no, this is an ad hoc committee that is going to help the city put together an overall sort of affordable housing plan. And when we talk about money in terms of the money when somebody buys out and goes into the fund, helping us with that. And I don't have in front of me all the details, but it was all sort of in the application process and everything. And I know Ms. Flax could speak to specific details of this steering committee. But this came out of, again, the last meeting that we had, affordable housing meeting, and folks wanting to move forward and actually task sort of a working group to work on this, just like we have with lots of other things. I mean, the Alternative to Arrest Committee, the Inclusionary Housing Subcommittee, all of which are doing good jobs, and changes are coming out up here. But to really be able to spend the time necessary to help us craft a really thoughtful plan. I mean, again, I think if you look at Evanston, the things that we're really known for instance, the climate, didn't come about by accident. A lot of effort from the grassroots went into the plans that we develop, and the same thing that we're trying to accomplish right here with tasking this committee. So, Ms. Fox, before you go, Alderman Revelle has her light on, and then we'll go to you.
Well, I just add, I think you indicated in the application process that the committee was going to get its work done in about 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So it's not open-ended.
No, this is not open-ended. This is just like the CARP and these other committees that we have. Yep.
And it's really very similar to both the 2009 housing plan and the 2012 homelessness plan had a committee that was formed specifically as a steering committee or a committee to get those plans implemented, or get them written and presented to council for approval.
Okay, so this is a plan that will come eventually to the council for approval.
Correct, and in addition to looking at how to spend resources, it'll include looking at all the types of strategies that we have included in the white paper, because we do believe that we have to be much more holistic in our approach and not expect to do everything that we need to do with government funding.
Again, I just want to remind you about the equity lens. I'm just really, I'm not sure that this is something I feel entirely comfortable with, but applying the equity lens, real important.
In one of the things that we have, one of the things we have on the committee is, based on the recommendation of the mayor, is a resident who was able to live in Evanston, was forced out, and is trying to figure out how to get back. And so we really have a very broad number of people recommended with different approaches and views that we think can contribute.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning that. I'm sure everyone is lovely and everyone has something to bring to the table. It's just what we find at council, a frustrating thing sometimes is that we have committees, we get the reports from the committees have a certain level of expectation, and things can get very confusing at that point. So this is a big committee, and I'm sure they're going to be doing important work, but that's what makes me a tiny bit leery is managing expectations.
I am a consultant. I specialize in managing expectations, so I will kick this committee off and manage expectations away. All right. Seeing no more lights. There was Alderman Braithwaite.
Just a clarification, and I stepped out in the middle of your teeing this up. I said to use the bathroom, but is this the one? Similar comments earlier that there are a few non-Evanston residents? There are, okay.
And it was open to folks. There wasn't a mandatory requirement that you had to live in Evanston. Right. There are a couple people on here that live in Skevinston. Okay. There's one, I think Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There's one in Skevinston, which is Jennifer O'Neill. She's sort of a very familiar name. Again, has participated with North Shore Village Board of Directors, the steering committee for Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. She spent an entire career in housing. Mm-hmm. So I specifically did not select anyone from this outside who didn't have sort of a level of deep expertise that I thought would be really valuable to our city's efforts in this area. Alderman, go on, Alderman Braithwaite.
So I guess my only voice of concern is definitely your authority to point the committees how you see fit, but for a long time since I've been on council, we've always had that requirement. So I think this is one of these special
I think we've had some. I think there's a couple where you don't have to have. It's not mandatory Evanston.
Okay.
Requirement. So that does exist out there.
That I did not know. So thank you for that clarification. That changes my mindset just a bit. But I think it's worth mentioning only because there are people who I know that I've had to say no to in the past that they can still participate just the way our committee structure is set up in any way without actually being committee members. But again, I'm sure you have your reasons to why you wanted them here. So.
Yeah, again, I look at the whole entire mix of people that we put forward for these committees. Again, I am pretty pleased with the committees that we've sort of these ad hoc, have a mission type of committees like the Citizen Police Complaint Assessment Committee, again, Alternatives to Arrest Inclusion Solution, Inclusionary Ordinance, that they are that we've got just sort of the right mix of people that are representative of Evanston and representative of the technical knowledge that we need as well on these committees. That's important to us.
Thank you.
Alderman Ravel and Alderman Fisk.
Just to reinforce this notion, the Inclusionary Housing Subcommittee, I think, benefited greatly from having a couple of expert on the committee who were not Evanston residents.
Well, thank you. Alderman Fisk?
I'm just curious, were there any Evanston residents who were qualified who applied that weren't selected in favor
I had 50
people?
Yeah, listen, I had 50 people, so I was very, very, I would not have chosen somebody from outside of Evanston if I thought there was an equally qualified Evanston resident.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not want to do that because I foresaw that this kind of conversation, everything was going to come up because again, we have a lot of people that apply and that want to work on these committees, and again, I'm trying to assemble these committees in such a way that I think we've just got the right, mix of people with all sorts of, from age to gender to race to professional experience to technical knowledge for what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I do feel a little uncomfortable about that.
I understand. Okay. All right. So we had a motion, a second. Why don't you take the roll on this, Alderman Clerk?
Alderman Clerk.
Oh, I mean Alderman. Excuse me.
Alderman Braithwaite.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Aye. Alderman Ruth Simmons will be counted. Alderman Suffredin.
No.
Alderman Ravel. Aye. Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
No.
Alderman Fisk.
All right, so this committee passes on a 5-4 vote. Alderman Ruth Simmons was a no on this. So we've now got ourselves an affordable housing. She emailed me and said she was going to vote that way. So we have a affordable housing plan steering committee that is now set up to continue this work. So thank you, city staff, for all your work. Thank you, everybody that applied to be on this. Now we're going to move up to SP9, which is getting back into the discussion on the 2019 proposed budget. What's that? Excuse me. I'm sorry. There was one more appointment. Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I do want to move forward with one more. Alderman Wilson, could you move SB 11?
I move that Robert Beatty be reappointed for the Preservation Commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Rob Beatty is going to do another 3 years now on the Preservation Commission. So thank you, Rob. I know you came out as well, and thank you, Alderman Wilson, for not making him sit here for another couple hours. All right. We're going to now move on to the final item, which is SP9, which is our proposed 2019 budget, and we're going to continue into the conversation here. So, City Manager, if you'd start us off.
Sure, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Alderman Rainey had asked a question at the end of Saturday, which I think, unless there's any objection, we'll go back to, and that was regarding the health department changes. Thomas Smith, the health director, is here. Director Thomas Smith, maybe you could just come to the podium. We were talking about the issues between a Illinois Health Department and an Illinois Certified Health Department. Why don't you just walk us through that?
Could I clarify my question?
Sure.
Okay, because I don't think you were here when I asked it. I wanted to know how you reached the decision to make the cuts that you made that have caused, not just you, but all of you, whoever was involved, made the cuts that have caused such an uproar and concern, especially about not being a certified health program department.
So perhaps let me take a first stab at this. None of the department directors that you will see tonight or through the remainder of the process are going to endorse the cuts that were proposed. They ultimately were recommended by me as the city manager. Each department has a different story as to how we went through this. The focal point with the health department was to identify those areas that were not covered by grant funds. And that were funded largely by the general fund. And so we identified the assistant director, the communicable disease position, and the health educator as those funds. There are grant monies that have come to the city and do come to the city over time, which each of those positions have been part of. The issue of the communicable disease position and its elimination impacting the health department continuing to move forward as a health department was a miscommunication between the budget staff and the health department. So that position should not have been put forward because the intent here is not to eliminate the work that the health department is doing. So as I mentioned on Saturday morning, it would be my recommendation that the council no longer consider that position for elimination. That leaves then the assistant director, the health educator for the core public health services. Also included are the victim advocate positions, which we're proposing be shifted to a contract, and then the reduction in the mental health board funding. So from the public health staffing perspective, those remaining positions, the public health educator and the assistant director, it was my recommendation to the city council that those positions could be eliminated to allow us to continue to move forward with the work that we do. That recommendation is only made in light of the budget deficit that we're facing. The health department does extraordinary work, but in light of the budget deficit that we're facing, it was my judgment that those two positions could be put forward for consideration to be eliminated.
So by restoring the communicable disease position, what are the implications for certified health department?
I'll let Director Thomas.
Sure. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Haggerty, Clerk Reed, City Manager Bob Quitz, Council, Yvonne Thomas-Smith, Public Health Director. So I want to explain the difference between a local health department and certification, because they're two different things. So for a local health department to stand up, there are mandated services by administrative code, by law, that we have to administer. That's food safety, infectious disease, which is our communicable disease programming, portable water, and private sewage. Those are required by law for us to even exist as a health department. And so that was the concern that I had in cutting the communicable disease surveillance specialist, because we would have to, we wouldn't be in compliance with state code or with the state health department. With the certification, we're required, as you know, to do a community-wide health assessment and some other community programming that allows us to benefit from getting grant dollars from the state health department. So that's the public health educator's role, and a part of the assistant director's role to take on the lion's share of that process, which takes us about 18 months to complete. As you remember, our community health assessment, it took about 3 or 4 staff time, full-time staff time, as well as 90 other members in the community to do that community health assessment. With that certification comes additional funding, like our local health protection grant funding and several of our grant funds and federal funds that I've listed out, a tune of 14 grants that automatically come to the health department with that certification. The challenge with our grants is that our fiscal year is from July 1 to June 30th. So some of our grants have already been executed for FY 2019, and some are still yet to be executed for that fiscal year. So we are a local health department carrying out those required mandated services, but in addition, we did extra and had to prove ourselves to our state health department that we could be certified, meeting other deliverables that that assistant health director and the public health educator take on the lion's share of that work. So again, we are one of 4 certified local health departments in the state outside of Chicago. And so that certification, without the completion of the community health assessment and the community health deliverables, we would compromise that certification. But without the communicable disease surveillance program, we would not be in compliance as a local health department.
And Yvonne, when was the last cycle for certification?
Sure. So we're currently from 2016 to 2021. We will be holding our certification, have to recertify at that time.
In 2021?
2021. And we usually start the process we would start at 2019 because it takes about that 18-month window to complete all of the assessments. There are 4 robust really intentional assessments that take about anywhere 18 months to 2 years. So we would start that process in 2019 to assure that we're prepared to recertify in 2021.
Other questions for the health director, Alderman Fleming?
I have a question. So regarding this grant funding that we have, I know City Manager said it's not tied to a certain person, but can you explain, since we're, I guess, in the middle of the grant cycle for the state, where would we be if we did not have state licensure with those grant funds? Do we need to refund them? Where are we at with the funds?
I appreciate you asking that, because I've raised that with the state health director. Our current state health director, I have a call scheduled with him next week, but he's unsure because he's never decertified a health department in the state of Illinois. And so I've called my colleagues to actually get some responses of what that would mean, and none of my colleagues are able to speak to that because it's never been done.
And how much grant funding do we have right now?
It's about that we have right now.
Well, for this fiscal year.
FY19, with the CDBG funding, it's about $800,000.
And the CDBG funding is not tied to the certified health?
No, it just comes because of code enforcement.
Sure. And that's
so
how much? approximately?
About 388 for CDBG and about 350 for state and federal funding. And some of the state and federal funding that we get does support some staff operations. The local health protection grant is specifically earmarked for food safety, so it does cover some inspections that our environmental health practitioners actually administer. And some of the smaller grants like West Nile virus, vector, or mosquito protection, those grant fundings also support some staff operations. Alderman Fleming, did I answer your question?
You did, yeah.
Okay.
Does your department handle the vital records?
Yes.
Okay, so the vital records, can you I think I know, but describe for everybody at home as well what vital records
Absolutely.
entails.
Vital records is a service that we provide if you're born or die, deceased in Evanston, you can actually get your birth record and death certificate certified same day. When I learned that the Cook County expanded their jurisdiction and allowed for residents to receive birth and death certificates from the currency exchange, I did understand that it was a 10-day wait after application. But I heard Alderman Holmes when she raised the concern of some of the faith leaders in the community having to wait that 10-day window before they got that certificate to bury a loved one. I also learned that, and I also knew and realized that those same funeral directors cannot even move a body, a deceased body, whether if the individual is deceased in the hospital, that body would go to the morgue, and then they would have to wait that 10-day window to move the body to either perform cremation services or burial services. And so that was concerning to me. And so I thought about what is a possible idea of reconciling that issue, because we don't want to compromise, anyone from getting that certificate. And so we currently have a customer service rep that works within the department currently that is cross-trained in vital records, and that responsible person is required 20% of their customer service responsibilities is vital records. And so I thought that we could possibly administer vital records services maybe 3 days a week, shorter hours, reduce the staff position to have a cost savings, and then we would capture the revenue and provide the service. So we do have the capacity to provide the service at a reduced cost to the taxpayer, also, again, capturing the revenue that comes with that service. And in that way, that would address the concern that some have raised in the faith community with that delay in getting that certificate.
I appreciate you thinking along those lines. Alderman Braithwaite and then Alderman Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Director Thomas. I guess something that is important to voice, only because I've received many, many emails, just as you all have. Cook County Commissioner Larry Suffredin expressed his concerns about the major decrease in the cuts. We had a representative from our largest hospital, Evanston Hospital, on behalf of the institution, also come before us and express his concerns about the cuts. We also had our former health director, and the list goes on, Dr. Effiam, from an equity lens, expressed her concern as well, along with a number of health professionals throughout this budget period, as well the many residents who have reached out to me. So without a doubt, I just want to express my concern for this direction. I would agree we do need to prioritize the people and the residents most impacted. I think it's important to know, particularly for my new colleagues, that over the years, I think the health department has really been pounded on. And as a result, we've lost some very valuable services that our residents, particularly those in our black and brown communities, have come accustomed to utilizing. So the first question that I have, and this goes to a conversation that I had with Mayor Hagerty, Assistant Director, I think there is a false notion or perception that somehow you have been managing this department, and God rest his soul, because he was an amazing employee who worked extremely hard, that his presence will be missed. And I think it's safe to say, in honor of his memory and all of his hard work, that if Carl Kaniva was still a part of the staff, that his position would not be eliminated. And so if you could just kind of take a moment to highlight some of the responsibilities that Carl had and which ones would not. If the position was eliminated, which services would be at jeopardy based on how you run your operations?
Sure. The assistant health director really was the internal operations and really kept the day-to-day operations, particularly in the environmental health arm, operating smoothly. And unfortunately, we know that Carl took ill, but in the last 9 months, I actually had a contractual employee, Geneva Porter, who joined our team to kind of fill that gap. And so what that position affords a director or anyone that sits in this space is the opportunity to leverage those relationships and really allows the relationships to really grow the department. We can't grow upward because we're so small, but we do evolve and grow outward, meaning the director is able to leverage relationships with both of our hospitals to seek additional grant funding and to really provide better wraparound services for the community. But the assistant director's position, because of the skill set that Mr. Kneva brought to the position, he was able to really grow and impact our environmental health arm. So he was instrumental in creating our integrative model of how we predicted when beach waters were unsafe. He was instrumental. The assistant director had the skill set to work with those environmental health specialists to assure that not only when we closed the beaches that we closed it on a predictive modeling. Also, he was kind of grown out of the department. He started as a sanitarian, so he had the skill set where he can do emergency inspections for our foodborne illnesses. And also because of the expertise of that position, it really managed our foodborne illnesses, and he could do instant inspections because of his skill set in that role. So that position was really the internal operations to keep the department functioning efficiently. Mm-hmm. And then my role was very different, really working with community stakeholders to leverage collective impact. And so as a director, I'm the outward face of the department and the community presence of the department to make sure that those relationships are whole. And to also glean additional grant funding. That position also was morphed into kind of a grants management because we had so many grants, even though some were small, medium to large. That assistant director managed a lot of the day-to-day grant deliverables that we were required to do. Having about 15 grants a year, there are a lot of very different deliverables for each of those. And so the assistant director was instrumental in assuring that we met all those deliverables.
Any idea what the historical average has been over the years?
Historical average of? Grants
brought in through the position.
Unfortunately, we've lost a lot of our grant funding. I've been here 13 years, and we had a significant amount of more grants. We've reduced our capacity over time, and so that has reduced our competitiveness for grant funding, and so we've lost quite a few. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alderman Braithwaite. Alderman Rainey, and then Alderman Wilson.
Yvonne, the grants that we get because we're certified pay for certain services that we provide in the community, right?
Yes.
And once those grants are gone, will that mean that we will continue to provide many of those services at our own expense?
Yes, if that's the service that we want to continue to provide.
But I mean, are they required, like food health safety? I mean...
So there are certain tasks that we have to do being a certified local health department or being a health department, correct? Some of the grants that if they go away, we would not provide that. We would provide that service, but then it would be at full cost to the taxpayer. Am I answering that?
Would give us some example of those services.
So beach water testing, that grant really provides for the supplies that we use to do the beach testing.
But we would have to keep testing the beach water.
Correct, correct. West Nile virus surveillance is monies that we get to monitor the seasonal West Nile virus activity, mosquito abatement, mosquito pool collection, and we would still need to do that as a local health department, but that funding would go away. We get 2 or 3 grants under vector surveillance, the mosquito surveillance, vector surveillance, and West Nile virus are 3 different grants that we get funding for just to manage that one activity, but we will still need to do that in the absence of the grant dollars. And because some of our grants have already been executed, meaning some of the monies have come into us, I really would have to investigate if we were compromised, would those grants be prorated? Would we have to return the full dollar amount? That's unknown to me at this time. But the services would still continue to happen. It would just be at greater cost to the taxpayer.
So would you say in a cost-benefit analysis, will we save money by not being a certified health?
No, you would not save money.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. City Manager Bob Quitz, and then we'll go to Alderman Wilson.
The issue of our being decertified is a question. We have been certified until 2021.
Correct.
And so, Alderman Rainey, members of the council, I believe we can continue to provide the services that we need to provide. When the recertification comes up in a few years, if we need to have additional dollars be made available to do that, then I think that would be appropriate. I think as the council is deliberating this, and if it's down to those 2 positions, another option may be to combine those positions into one position. Director Thomas Smith and Ms. Storley have discussed the potential opportunity of a management analyst position that could support the administrative functions. So that would be something else that the council could consider. But I want to make sure, and please, Director Thomas Smith, correct me if you feel I'm misstating this, that the certification is in place.
Yes.
We will continue to be able to provide the services. Again, much of what's been discussed are staff members providing those services which are not being impacted by any of the budget cuts. So we'll be able to continue to provide those services. And then when it comes time in 2021 for recertification, if there is additional one-time or once every 4-year, 5-year dollars that need to be allocated, we could do that. In light of the budget deficit that we're facing, I think it is prudent to consider these reductions.
Thank you, City Manager. Alderman Wilson.
And also thanks for giving thought to that. Going back to the vital records idea
Absolutely.
that you presented. If maybe if you could put together a doesn't have to be a full extensive memo, but maybe a budget note showing what the service delivery and the cost would look like. The clerk had mentioned before that he also, upon hearing that might be from that department, had an idea for delivering some of those services. I'm not sure how, like, literally the collection of the certificates works, but if we could just get that information so we see what the service delivery looks like and the cost for each of those alternatives.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I need to be repetitive in terms of my points, but I would like to make a motion that we remove the assistant director from the chopping block and reinstate that position.
It's a discussion meeting. I mean, that would be a straw vote because we don't have the budget set as a action item tonight.
Okay.
I think it's a little dangerous to, make it sound like we're voting on something when we set it for discussion.
Put it in the other column.
Okay, so then let's move.
Move it to the other column, but just.
Well then.
Well, I mean, taking it off the chopping block is different than moving to the other column.
I want to roll that into it as well. Okay. So my motion would be to put both the assistant director and the educator into the other column, if that's correct.
So therefore, no cuts to the health department as proposed.
So I want to vote on those 2 positions separate because I feel like the outsourcing of the 2 positions is something that I'm willing to support. But I want to take the 2 positions off first or move them to another column would be the proper motion from as I'm looking down the line. So that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
And communicable diseases. I thought I said that.
Yeah, wait.
3. Yes, I don't have my budget memo in front of me, so please read them off. It's the assistant director, the educator, and communicable diseases, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And victims advocates and vital records.
Right.
Clerk.
So those positions I would like to move to the other column. Wait, excuse me, not victims. I didn't say that. That's right.
I'm sorry. So one more time.
3 positions, full-time positions: the assistant director, the educator, and communicable diseases. Did I?
Simmons seconds.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so
Roll call.
I guess I got to do a roll call.
Alderman Braithwaite.
I'm sorry, could someone just explain to me what it means moving them to another column? This is
Alderman Fisk, members of the council, what has been the council's past practice the last several years is that you do a series of straw votes.
Yeah, I know
So this will be a straw vote to remove those 3 positions from the proposed positions to be eliminated, to take them off that list. So therefore increasing the deficit, and if we can get the number before that, so that would be the reality of the motion.
okay. Okay, so we can't just have a list suggesting. I mean, we need to vote on this.
Well, that's been the past practice, so that we've been able to do that. So the cost of the communicable disease surveillance specialist is $112,706. The health educator is $88,527, and then the assistant director is $160. So that would raise the deficit by $300.
Oh, jeez.
Kay, can you do the quick math for me?
It's not a big deal.
So by the sum of those 3 numbers.
Okay, so what would the elimination of the assistant director, which is a vacant, unfortunately vacant position?
So that's worth $160,000.
Yeah, I know, I see it. And what's the? I'm sorry, can you just explain, Ivando, the assistant director that you were just talking about? Is that part of the combined position, or is that?
No.
Okay, that's different.
Current vacant position. Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, I got it. But you think the assistant director is critical to our being a certified local government? I mean, I'm sorry, a certified health department.
I think it's critical to our operations.
Okay.
Yes, Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, and Mr. City Manager, could you explain what you were just talking about a moment ago about combining 2 positions?
Sure. Again, I think there's agreement that the communicable disease surveillance specialist needs to be added for the reasons we've just discussed. Another option would be to combine the public health educator position, which is $88,527, and the assistant director, which is $160,000, with a management analyst. And the approximate cost of a management analyst, Ms. Storley, is about $85,000. So we would save about $163,000 if we combined the assistant director and the public health educator into a management analyst, so that position would continue to provide grant support. It would not be the same senior position. It's what, $80,000 less than the assistant director, but I think it would provide a lot of the functional work that is required to support the grants on a day-to-day basis. It would not be a chief operating officer of the department, certainly, right. But it would, I think, provide assistance to Director Thomas Smith and the staff to manage grants moving forward and provide other administrative support.
And that then, and both the local, we would still be both the local health department
and certified.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, do I have, I guess I have a procedural question. I don't think I do. I've got a lot of lights on up here. I don't have to take that vote on Alderman Braithwaite's amendment, do I?
Yes.
I do, right now.
The discussion should revolve around Alderman Braithwaite's motion, and then take a vote on it, and then move forward to the general discussion.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and take a vote on Alderman Braithwaite's.
Aren't we still talking about that?
We're still talking.
Yeah, we're debating that.
You can discuss his motion. You can't discuss anything other than his motion at this point.
That's a substitute.
All right.
You can ask questions.
Alderman Rainey.
Yes, I want to know. If we don't accept exactly Alderman Braithwaite's motion, and we do combine the 2 jobs, could we still do all of the work required to apply for certification in 21? Because you pointed out that we have to start working on that in 2019.
That's correct. My concern with that is the skill level of a management analyst. I'm not convinced that that would that I could recruit someone with a high enough skill level to maintain that level of service.
Okay, thank you. Alderman, I don't even know where to begin. Let's go. I'm
Take
sorry.
them in the row.
We'll go Alderman Revelle.
I guess I have a hard time making, even though these are straw votes, or maybe I need an explanation of what a straw vote means, because I assume we're going to come up with a relatively short list, I hope, of proposed cuts that we want to not cut. But until I also see how we're going to then come up with enough revenue to offset those cuts, there may be 8 things I'm happy to put on that list, but when I see what we have to do in terms of raising the revenue to cover those, I might say, well, I guess I really only think we can afford 6 of those 8. So I guess I need some guidance here.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, we would really encourage you to continue these discussions. I mean, if we don't know, so far the council has only taken things off the cut list, and so the sooner you complete that exercise, the sooner we'll know what the gap is. And will there be additional layoffs in other departments required? Will there be additional revenues that need to be raised? So as far as you can go tonight would be great, because then that gives us 2 weeks to kind of go back and reflect. This is a few $100,000. Gibbs Morrison was at least $100,000 or $85,000. If there's other things, then we may need to identify additional positions elsewhere in the organization to propose for elimination or look at other revenue enhancements. So I guess I would encourage the council to do what you're doing tonight, and then we'll double back in 2 weeks and give you a better sense of where things are at. I hope the list is short as well, but yes, I would encourage the council to do so, regardless of the outcome.
I would just suggest then that we have a structured format for doing that, like going through the worksheet or something. So we're taking it item by item and having a conversation. All right. I'm just going left to right here because I got a lot going on. So you're off. Okay. All right. So Alderman Wilson.
Thanks. And I understand everything you've explained. I guess I have a couple of things. First of all, I don't want to do any of the cuts that are on the list. So I think the same goes for every single person up here. But, I certainly don't want to close the fire station closest to my house. I don't want to do any of these things. But I'm not prepared. Well, and going back to the idea of the straw vote, I also don't want to create any sort of false security in the community, because these are things that are, maybe going to go back and forth. So if we say, I understand your point, City Manager, but, I want the press to be clear. We're just talking about it. We're not for sure taking anything off anything. So I don't want to read in the newspaper tomorrow, for sure X is saved, and somebody to think, oh, good, thank goodness my job is saved. And then, a week later find out that we've, changed something back. So that's the danger in kind of presenting it in that way. So that said, I would be, before kind of moving it over, I would want some more information on how you think that is actually going to, and I don't expect you to answer it on the fly. So I want to give you time to, give it careful consideration. If we did combine that second position into 2 positions, what you think that would look like, and what the impacts might be. And again, I don't need like a 10-page memo, but just,
sure,
some thoughts if you give it a few moments to consider that. And then, my own philosophy is, I'm not going to suggest taking anything off the list until I know how I'm going to make up for it somewhere else. So I really have a very strong disinclination to doing that. So I'm just telling you now, I'm going to say no to anything that doesn't have a counterbalancing, either revenue or other cut. So that's my view on that.
Thank you. Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, I guess, to the city manager as a point of information, is there, out of our 12 departments, is there any department head or department that is functioning without an assistant director?
Community development, Administrative services, police, fire. Public Works does not have an assistant director. They have 3 bureau managers. Who am I missing? Law has an assistant city, a deputy city attorney. So community development, public works, health. Health, I think, is the smallest operating department by number of employees. Community development is close.
So health has how many?
20 employees in community development. How many employees in health?
24.
24. So the 2 smaller departments.
What about law?
I'm sorry?
What about law?
Law has it's kind of hard to. 5 people. So
assistant director. Okay.
Public Works is big.
Public Works has 3 bureau managers. Right. There is no assistant. They could. If Dave Stonebeck's going to charge the podium and want an assistant director.
I guess my point is to move us forward. It would be helpful, and I apologize. I had that information. I had requested it. Maybe if you send the job descriptions for all of the 2 positions that they're recommending, then at least I can even try to conceptually wrap my mind on how you combine those 2 into one. And I guess if I could be clear, and I really want to say that I heard the concerns that came from the community, and either you'll have the will to do it or you won't. I mean, that was the challenge that I heard loud and clear. And so we're just in the beginning, and I've said this all along. There are people in this town that feel more anxious about this budget than others. And so I feel the will and the conviction to be clear about where we stand with the health department. And so I'm looking forward to seeing where everyone else's will is, and then when it comes time to look at where we need to cut, we will be just as committed. So
where do you get the money, Peter?
I think I could start at a couple of places that are not. I mean, there's some things that are not on this list. We're not looking at our legal expenses. That's a huge dollar item that I don't see on this list. We're not looking at our payouts for workers' comps. That's not a part of this discussion that I think is something that's worth visiting. I think the question of the impact of our $1.5 million that we're looking at putting away in reserves is something else that we should talk about. We had a resident that was here last Saturday that talked about a future budget. So our legal expenses aren't going anywhere. And I would hate to know that we make all of these cuts that have a huge impact in the black and brown community, and then in 2019 we're coming back again to make cuts. So if you ask me the question, I'll give it some deeper thought, but for now I think it's very important that, based on what I've heard over the last couple of weeks, that the community health department is extremely a valued service that our Evanston residents all value. We've had many, many people from all segments from the community. And if Larry Suffredin, representatives from the hospital, I'll say it again, our former health director, as well as our equity officer, have been clear about the impact to the community, I just want to be clear on my position.
Okay. And let me just state unequivocally that all of these decisions that the council has to make on all these different areas are, viewed as, critical essential services. All right, they're top. Fire is, health department is. You can go down the list. So let's go to Alderman Fleming, and then Alderman Fisk, and then Alderman Suffredin.
Thank you. We still can only talk about these 2 positions. Is that where we are?
About Alderman Braithwaite's motion.
Yes. That's where we are, yeah.
Okay, well, first, Alderman Braithwaite, the job descriptions are in the latest budget memos, so she doesn't have to do more work.
Perfect. Yep.
But then, so my question about the, I understand your point about the management analyst, about the public health educator.
Yes.
Just so I have my notes right, that in that position works to do all that we need to do for the state certification, or do some of the work that we need to do?
Yes.
Okay. And they also help facilitate the E-plan?
Yes, so they actually help a part of documenting and writing up the E-plan after the 4 assessments are done. But that staff person also does all the community-wide initiatives like Rethink Your Drink, the WOW program that we've administered for a number of years, and partners with both hospitals and community partners to implement other community-wide initiatives.
Okay, and does your department just have one health educator?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you just remind me and tell the public what the E-Plan does? I know I'm familiar with it from the Mental Health Board, and I am hopeful that we kind of do a little more with it out in the public.
Absolutely. So the E-Plan is a series of 4 community assessments. We look at the local public health system, which includes the health department, but the system are both hospitals and all of our community health partners. So we assess them. Then we do another survey that actually speaks directly to the resident and has it's a 90 questionnaire that the resident completes to actually define how they perceive their health to be and how they define a healthy community. Then we look at forces that impact the possibility of our well-being: political forces, economic forces, social forces. That's an assessment. After we do the 4 assessments, we use a lot of interns to analyze the data that we capture, and that data we give back to the community and our partners, and the partners vote on what they feel are the largest health indicators that compromise the health of the community. And that E-Plan is the actual strategic plan that outlines the 3 health indicators that were found. Mental health was one, chronic health conditions, obesity is the other, and violence reduction. Then we establish metrics that the state has to deem are acceptable to evaluate if we're meeting or carrying out the action of meeting those metrics. So every year we do an evaluation. We establish subcommittees throughout the community. 3 are established now that actually help us drive and address those 3 health indicators and honor those metrics so we don't get to the end of the 5-year and haven't evaluated our actions. So included with the council goals, the E-Plan actually drives the operations of how we target our resources, target some of our grant dollars, and target our efforts to address those 3 health indicators that were identified by the community and the system that we've evaluated. So that E-Plan is that 200-page document that speaks to that.
Great, thank you. Alderman Fisk and then Alderman Sufferton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't come tonight prepared to have straw votes. I don't think, maybe other people did, but I didn't, so I don't feel entirely comfortable with this. Mr. City Manager, is there a way for us to have the ability to take the information and add and subtract at home? Yeah, but I know the public was doing that, but can we do that?
Certainly we can open up the Balancing Act software again to you, or, I have had the fortune of being your city manager for 9 years, and so I have done, I think, now 10 budgets because we did a shortened fiscal year. You have about 3 meetings left to do this in total. I think the however you'd like to do it, but if we can narrow down whatever your priorities are, the better.
Well, should we do that tonight? Is that
and that, again, past practice has been to do exactly what you're doing tonight, which is to, pick a few issues that were important to a couple members of the council and kind of hash through them.
Okay.
And so if you would like additional information, I think, Director Thomas Smith has indicated she can provide job descriptions, other things. So if you wish to, if the maker of the motion wishes to withdraw the motion, we can come back and provide that information. But I would hope if there are other things on people's minds tonight, at least mention them, because I don't know that we've counted, Kate, the number of line items on here, but there are many, many changes to the budget. And if we can at least kind of corral a short list of things that you want to talk about, that will just make the deliberations easier.
Right. Well, I know there are things that are important to all of us, but at least speaking for myself, I haven't looked at how I would balance those against cuts, and I really don't feel comfortable doing that. However, if we're going to do that tonight, I will. Or
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if you would rather, and the maker of the motion would withdraw the motion, we can. There's been several questions asked of Director Thomas Smith. She can provide that information. We have 2 weeks between now and your next meeting. We can provide that in a budget memo and come back and revisit this discussion. That's, again, there's no, no magic to this.
The other alternative is we could, vote on Alderman Braithwaite's motion, and then we could actually take the budget worksheet and not do votes, to move things, but actually just have a conversation about the overall category. So here we are, we're talking about Health and Human Services. We haven't spoken at all about sort of police department. We could look at the others and just sort of take them like that, and then at least have a conversation without a vote, just to get a sense of what people are thinking about those proposed cuts. All right, let me go to Alderman Suffredin and then Alderman Rainey.
I want to end up in the same place that Alderman Braithwaite does, but I have a real concern that we're 3 hours and 45 minutes into this meeting. We had 45 public commenters, and I think Judith Treadway is the only one who brought up revenue at all. Everybody asked us where our will is, what we're going to do, but nobody's talked about how we're going to pay for any of it. And I think that's where the real hard work is. I commit to you that I want to get to where you are, Alderman Braithwaite, but I don't know that taking things off right now is appropriate until we started to really talk about how we're going to pay for things. And so if you choose not to withdraw your motion, I'm going to vote no. But Director Thomas Smith, I want you to know that I'm committed to figuring this out when we get this budget done. But we really got to have conversations about how we're going to pay for all of this. And so that's all I have to say.
Excellent point. Thank you. Alderman Rainey?
Yes, I was going to ask our finance director if he could give us a better projection of real estate transfer tax receipts, given that we've had some unusual sales lately. Have you considered updating the revenue for this year?
No. Before, I'm sorry. I'll just hold for 1 second. Before we go on to that, do I need to do? I've got a motion on the floor on a different. That's okay, Alderman Rainey. On a different topic.
So either gets withdrawn.
So it's either withdrawn or we take a vote on it or call it. Okay.
So I would say call it.
Okay.
A straw vote's just, Alderman Ravel had asked this question, what exactly is a straw vote? Straw vote's just to get public opinion, it's not binding.
Okay. So put forward. This was to read. Okay. So I just want to make sure everybody understands what the motion was from Alderman Braithwaite. The motion was to remove from the cuts the 3 full-time positions in the health department: the assistant director, the community outreach, and the surveillance technician. The disease specialist.
The communicable disease surveillance specialist, the public health educator.
Those 3 right there.
Ones that are
Thank you.
highlighted up on the screen.
This does not take into consideration the conversations that are going on to combine the two positions.
This is what the motion was. Yeah. All right. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Braithwaite. Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Wilson. Alderman Ruth Simmons will vote. Alderman Suffredin. Alderman Ravel. Alderman Rainey.
If I understand, I'm going to vote yes.
Alderman Fleming.
Yes.
Alderman Fisk.
All right. The motion fails at least 5-3, or I'm not sure where Alderman Ruth Simmons is.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry, I don't have my light on, but you mentioned on Saturday, the city manager mentioned on Saturday he had already made the clarification that the communicable disease specialist was no longer on the list. Am I correct? Obviously, I wasn't here on Saturday, but
It would be my recommendation to the council.
okay. So, okay, thank you.
No.
I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, Alderman Ravel, you had your light on. And
Wait, could you go back?
And then I want to go
because
to.
I was out of order.
Yeah. Did you want to go a different topic, Alderman Ravel, or were you talking about that?
I guess it's just a follow-up because we're asking now for some further information about what it would look like if we combine positions, et cetera. So I guess I would like to, just because the straw vote failed doesn't mean we aren't continuing to consider
Correct. Indeed.
these positions.
Indeed. So I think the city manager is going to work with the health director on what that would look like.
Certainly.
I mean, what I would suggest, we're going to go to Alderman Rainey now, is I'd really like this council to have a conversation about sort of the revenue side of things, the expense side of things in a more structured format than we're having right now, to go to the top of the spreadsheet and just have conversation about these big categories. I'd like our city manager and our city staff to hear that. And then what I'd like to suggest is that, hearing all this conversation, hearing the public, Mr. City Manager, that you come back to the council at our meeting on November 12th and, say, hey, here's my proposed budget, version 2, and, based on the feedback that you're hearing, and then we really get into what things are we moving around. Does that sound like an okay plan?
Certainly. And
right.
Just Alderman Bruce Simmons voted yes on the previous motion.
Okay, so then, okay, got it. It still failed. All right, Alderman Rainey.
Before I get into the transfer tax, I want to know why we are waiting 2 weeks for a meeting. It sounds to me like we need a meeting of the council on the budget.
Oh, what we could do, one idea we could do is we have a meeting scheduled next Monday. It's the executive session. It's the executive session meeting on the 5th. We could convert that into a budget only meeting.
Okay.
Okay. That would mean bumping the item that we were going to talk about in executive session, which was just a personnel item.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, all I would ask is that either Human Services continue to meet. There's a couple of items that are teed up for that. One is the management audit of the police department, and the consulting team is scheduled to come. They could present to the full council if you wanted to do it that way.
You are chair.
I am the chair.
Or we could again from 6 to 7:30 do budget, and then at 7:30 take on Human Services.
Do we have to meet on a Monday for the budget?
You do not.
That gets tricky.
I mean, the nice thing about that Monday is it's already scheduled on everybody's calendars.
Yeah.
Well, could we do Human Services first, since that's a shorter meeting?
Makes sense. And then people can get home.
So we could flip flop it then. Do Human Services.
Do Human Services first. Have the consultants come early. I run a very quick meeting.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll have a council meeting on the budget.
And I think that the police I think the police presentation is really the main item on Human Services at this point. So you're not aware of anything. Lawrence,
can we notice that for 6?
So we'll notice Human Services for 6. I'm sorry, and Alderman. Alderman, Director Thomas Smith, that's the nice lady there, is going to be out next week, but we will work to have as much information as we can put together. There's plenty of other things to talk about in the interim. So we'll do that then for next Monday.
Okay. All right, Alderman Rainey.
On the real estate transfer tax, I'm curious if we have an updated revenue projection.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Alderman Rainey. For 2018, the budget was $3.3 million for the real estate transfer tax. And we kind of realized that we might have a better year then, so we estimated for 2018 in our proposed 2019 budget at $3.5 million. So, as of September, we had a $2.9 million in real estate transfer tax. So we expect, I think, we would close the year right around $3.5 million.
All right. So that $500,000 can go into can reduce the $7 million.
No, we had budgeted of $3.3 million, so we would get extra $200,000 for 18.
3.3
for 19.
Okay.
19. No, I'm talking about.
I'm talking about 18. This year.
You're talking about 18?
I'm talking about the revenue we are projecting to have at the end of December 2018.
Right, $3.5 million against the budget of $3.3 million.
Oh, 3.3. I thought it was $3 million. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Clerk Reed, you had your light on.
We've had a lot of discussion about a lack of revenue-generating ideas. The proposal that I put forward would not only make sure that vital records were available to residents every day of the week during the full day, it would bring in $100,000 of revenue that otherwise wouldn't be realized if this position were cut. And so, if we're serious about revenue, this covers Gibbs. We already voted to take Gibbs off. The council voted to take Gibbs off the chopping block. This is the way to pay for it. And also, as I said, this would provide free birth certificates to folks who are homeless in our community, birth certificates for students who participate in the Mayor's Summer Youth Program, as well as survivors of domestic violence. This meets, I think, every criteria that we'd want to meet for a program. It brings in $100,000 revenue. It's great for equity, and it'd make the service available every day, all day, and not just either eliminate it completely or just 3 days a week.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Reed. And City Manager, if you could take a close look at that proposal as well when you do the next version of the budget. Okay. Let's go to the top of this to this spreadsheet, and let's start to have a conversation here. Okay. We know the top part, and it doesn't look pretty. Okay. And then we come to
so, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there's parking is the next grouping here. Residential parking permit rates, expired meter tickets, increasing the hourly parking deck fees, the increased Sherman Avenue monthly parking fees, the surface lot fee increase, elimination of free Sunday parking in meters, and increased parking meters by commuter lots, 25 cents. So that all total is $600,000, Kate? Maybe a little bit more. I'm sorry, $850. And this would be all going to the general fund. So the first two, the residential parking permit rate and the expired meter ticket increase, would go to the general fund, and the remainder would be split 50-50 with the general fund. And so the dollars that we're seeing here, Kate, are the general fund dollars only, correct?
Okay. Well, yep. We're gonna. I've got lights coming on, so we're gonna stick with parking and go through that, and then I got you on there. Okay. So Alderman Fleming, let's start with you.
Yeah. So I'm concerned about a couple of things up here. One is what Ms. Brown brought up last week about people who go to houses of worship downtown, and their payment that they need to do. I guess my other thought along with that is that I know that people go to church and then they go out to eat, and so if they're now paying for meters, just there might be a correlation there between some loss of business for our restaurants. My other concern, if we talk about equity, is the Sunday elimination. I think where you would have the parking lots are free, right? We would just pay at the meter, but the lot is free. Would that be correct for Sunday? Okay, so my concern there is, while that's great for downtown Evanston businesses on Main Street and otherwise in the city don't have a lot where people have an option to walk further and, park in a parking deck. Those businesses and those people there have to use the meters. And so, for whatever reason, I guess because we own the lots, we're giving a little bit of a better deal to downtown business owners. So I think in the matter of looking at fairness, I would like us to think through that one a little bit more. If we're going to have Sunday meters, I just think we need to go ahead and add the lots. I'm sure people downtown won't love that, but there's no reason that they should have a better deal on customer parking. So those are and I guess my last statement, and again, this is going to go back to some revenue suggestions that I can bring up later, but I know that people are very frustrated and tired of the $5 here and $1 there and 50 cents there in terms of revenue generation. And I do understand that it's been a long time since we've increased some of these fees, and I appreciate that we're not increasing when we don't have to. But I know, this is part of the reason when I ran my campaign, people talked about just feeling like we're kind of nickel and diming them to death. And so I guess at some point, I would like a conversation to look at if we're at the point of going to a small tax increase, and I say a small tax increase, as well as some larger expenditure reductions within the city, just because I know people are concerned about affordable housing. But when we think about that, we also need to think about the other ways in which the city might not be affordable. And I think these fees and fines increasing every year is going to be a big part of that.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Fleming. Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking to see, didn't we have a proposal to increase the parking meter hourly rate? Is that up there or not up there? I don't see it.
Yeah, it only goes to the parking.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It is on this list. It's just lower down because that meter increase is dedicated wholly to the parking fund. In combination, as we talked about, $800,000 approximately being split between the general fund and the parking fund, plus the meter increase So there's over $3.5 million worth of parking increases. And as was discussed, there is options for people on Main Street because they can use street parking and walk a little further. So part of the demand-based pricing strategy is to give a lesser cost option for every offsetting increase. So places like Central Street, Main Street, Howard Street, you can walk a little further and park in the neighborhood for free. It's not ideal, but it is an option. So we do have that meter increase from $1 to $2, lower on the list, in addition to all of these right here.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I guess I have a couple comments. And I've raised this before, is I think we should have regular price increases scheduled for all of these things so that we aren't left with making this decision in a tough budget year. I mean, it was something we discussed before, and we had them scheduled for all of our parking decks. And then because of the recession and some other bad years, we held off on them. And then, then we get out of whack in terms of having to raise them more. So I think if we had some type of index that's we wouldn't, where it's built in, then we aren't having to revisit this every time, because obviously costs do go up, and maintaining the garages is really important. So the other thing, so I have a couple of points. So that would be one thing to do. I don't have a problem with all of these different various fees going up. For Sunday parking, I think because people have been attending churches and for so long, could we start that later in the day, and so that if someone's going to church in the morning, they're not suddenly having to pay the meter and having unchristian thoughts when they come out and discover they've got a ticket. Okay.
There was a budget memo requested on that, and it should be released by the end of the week as far as starting Sunday meter parking later in the day. And for the indexing, for the parking garages, we've got a 3-year plan for those increases. But my concern with a lot of these is we have held off for many years. Right. I don't think we've proposed, while wildly unpopular, I don't think we've proposed anything that is out of line with market forces. And additionally, my concern would be coming back to you next year and saying we need to raise them again. I don't want to do that as far as the other things outside of the garage.
Well, what I meant by indexing is indexing or having some step increases at regular intervals. So rather than necessarily indexing, but coming up with a step increase at what would be a reasonable interval, so that it's part of a plan that we all agree on. So that would be that.
Would you support that for all of these items, or just for the garages, or some of them? Because I am very excited about this plan.
Okay. All right. I'll say all of these items to make you happy. Okay. So, but not meters. But I do think, and I want to address meters. I do think that the most of our commercial business districts that are away from the downtown, you can find free parking if you walk a little further. And basically, that's what we're requiring. We're asking people to walk a little further from the parking garages. We also want to incentivize people and show them that those parking garages aren't these awful, scary things, and that look how convenient it is. So that's always been our problem, is to get people into the garages. So I don't think we need to make the garage pay on that. I also have a big concern. Now I'm going to talk about the meters. I have a big concern that there is such a strong perception out there in the world that we are a difficult place to park, that we charge too much, that our PEOs are always going to come and get you all the time. I don't think that that's accurate, but that's the perception. And I think if we raise the parking meter from $1 to $2 an hour, I think that we're going to end up getting all kinds of press saying, "Oh, look, we've doubled the parking prices here in Evanston." So I think, and I don't want to discourage people from coming and parking in our parking meters in the downtown. So I don't want to support a going from $1 to $2. I could support a smaller jump, maybe going up a quarter or 50 cents, but not all the way up to $2. And I recognize that increase raises a big chunk of money. So I realize that. But I am really concerned about our downtown. Our retail is doing fairly well, but retail is really struggling, and I don't want to make it harder for our merchants.
Great, thank you, Alderman Nguyen.
Just one last thing. We did have a projection on $1.50 meter rate for 20-minute increments, because we have to have it be something that could be payable in an hour. So that was approximately $1,125,000 in increased revenue versus the $2 an hour rate, which we projected at $2 million. So it's an option.
A number like $2 million. So it has to be in 20-minute increments.
No, currently we run 15-minute increments, and it's easily divisible by a quarter. So we just have to have something that you can use coins with to easily get to.
Right. Okay.
Although people are phasing out of coins and using the app and credit cards more, which is very convenient, we still have some people that like to use coins and carry coins.
Yeah.
And I don't remember seeing a memo on those numbers.
The $1.50 an hour, we haven't.
Yeah, that was part of the discussion we had in September at the presentation. I think it was cut short, so we can put that in the budget memo as well. That's coming out this Thursday or Friday.
And that way the community can see, okay, and, we've heard demand for services, but it'll cost everybody a few dollars, and that might.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Alderman Rainey.
Following up on that. The parking enforcement officer memo, is that coming out on Thursday too?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And again, just for the folks, it was for every, how much do we pay for a parking enforcement official? And it collects us, if I remember, like $225,000.
The net is approximately $225,000.
Okay.
After
the
we
net's
pay expenses.
$225,000. Okay. All right. We could just solve this problem if we just hired 50. All right. I'm only joking. All right. Alderman.
And no one would ever come back.
Alderman Fisk and then Alderman Sufferton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I think we can increase the surface parking lot monthly permit fee above $70. I think we could go $80. That's what it costs to park. Actually, in my neighborhood for off-street parking, and that's not even in a garage, it's $100. And next to the noise street. I don't want to see our parking meters downtown go to $2. I mean, you just, for all the reasons that everyone has said, shoppers are angry. That's the one thing they're angry about. And if you stay a little bit long and you come out and there's a ticket there, boy, they're not coming back. I mean, that's how angry they are. And it's easy to go to Wilmette to dine and shop. I don't want to suggest anyone here do that, but that's what I'm hearing from people, is that why put up with this? So let's try to not make that quite as painful. But I really am concerned about the folks going to church. I mean, Second Baptist, they use that whole section of Benson, and I just don't want to make it hard. A lot of people are elderly. They can't get into the parking garages, even though it's free. They really do want to park on the street. I'm not sure how much enforcement then that leaves us on a Sunday afternoon, and whether the cost of the enforcement outweighs the revenue that we would be getting, but something we need to think about.
Terrific. I'm going to put a plug in now for the parking app. If you have not gotten the parking app on your phone, it literally has changed my life. How easy that is. So, except exactly, Alderman Revelle, and I have talked to our assistant city manager. That surcharge that they put on, if you park for an hour with the app, it's 35 cents, and you're like 35%, convenience or service fee just seems outrageous. I know our city staff is looking at that. Again, you do 2 hours, it's 17.5%. It's still a heck of a lot of money. If there was a way to reduce that, that would be good for our residents. Especially if we find ourselves in a situation where these rates go up. Alderman Sufferton.
Sure. And I guess since you brought up the app, I know we're not at the wheel tax, but if we're going to look at increasing the wheel tax, could we look at adding some sort of credit to people who then sign up for the app So if we increase the wheel tax $10, you get a $10 credit or $5 or whatever. Encourage people to sign up for the app. Take a little sting out of that.
We've talked a lot about offering promotions for using the app. You could do anything from, a dollar amount, let's say $10, $5, give everybody $10 for the month of January or January to February, run it for some time period, and then it expires so that anybody who wanted to could take advantage of that. And similarly with what the mayor had suggested about the convenience fee. So as you know, Chicago, if you use the maximum time period, you have your fee waived. Otherwise, you pay the fee. We could do the same thing here. If you pay for the full 2 hours at the meter or the pay box, you would, through the app, you would have that fee waived. The way that they can do that is because you're increasing the amount of revenue that you get, and as an offset to waiving the fee. So you end up coming out even or ahead. So certainly that's just a policy decision that we could make to implement that as part of making some of these changes slightly more palatable.
Okay, yeah, because I think there's probably a sweet spot where you increase revenue and you avoid the hard feelings that Alderman Fisk alluded to that people have when they come back and they see a ticket. The other two things, I think all residential parking zones should be Evanston resident zones, but that's a larger discussion. Is there a way to tell if we rose that from 15 to 30? If your residential zone, the restriction is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. To prevent commuter parking, is it fair that you're paying the same rate as somebody whose residential zone gives them 10 hours of resident-only parking? Should we look at stepping those zones based on the level of restriction? Is there enough data there for you to kind of know how much additional revenue we could raise if we charged more for more restrictive zones?
Since that would be I would suggest that we would make that people buy residential parking permits as part of wheel tax, as you know, so the season has just started now. So these proposal for that would be for starting in October, November of next year. That would give us enough time to do the math, and we actually have all the data to say how many people are parking in which zones and which restrictions apply if there's more than one restriction or all day, as you said. But I can't comment on the fairness. I can just say it's a policy decision, and if it was the direction of the council, we could implement a different level of charge based on restriction.
Okay. And then my last one is for the surface lots. Is there any reason why we do annual? I mean, can we do it every 3 months? Talking about kind of how demand-based things work. Can we auction spots off? To maybe do a holdback if you want to pay. If you want to put in a bid for $70, you're in a lottery for 5 spots. If you want to go up to whatever, congratulations. Like, you've got yourself a spot because the market said that's what it's worth for the winter months.
The way that we currently operate the surface lot permits is they're done on a quarterly basis, although that's changing for January 1. So if you recall, part of moving over to citation management with their new company that we're using, part of that was to implement stickerless parking for the surface lots. So that's going to be in effect as of January 1, and you'll start paying on a monthly basis like you do for the garages versus the quarterly. So there's some more flexibility built into that design. I have a real-life case that Kate Lewis just bought a car last week, and she looked at parking it in her building, which is the Main. On Main in Chicago, it was $125 a month. She called the city to see, or actually she just walked down the hall, how much would it cost me if I parked it in the lot right next to my building instead of in the Main? It was $80, $60? $60 a month, so 60 versus 125. Unfortunately, the lot is full, so she is going to have to pay the 125, but certainly it's more than twice the cost for a lot that's right next door.
But it's also, is it an 18-month waiting list or 2 years?
Any of that,
yeah. Right. I think it's an 18-month waiting list.
Well,
right, so that goes back to what Alderman Sufferton is talking about with...
I think the existence of the waiting list shows that we're undercharging.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and the commuter lot revenue, does that include the piece that Union Pacific takes for like Poplar, the meters along Poplar?
It does.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Alderman Sufferton. Kate, have I mentioned how life-changing the parking app is now that you got a car? All right. Good. All right, we've got Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just as a follow-up to Alderman Fleming, I'm interested in looking at what levels of taxes. I can't remember. I know they did for the referendum. So if your house was valued at 200 to be X, I think somewhere I saw it in a budget memo. Have we looked at that? Just a scale to show a percentage increase based on your property value.
Are you talking about the property tax?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the memo. I think I saw it somewhere.
And the memo is just for 1%, but
It's
it was
just
for
1%.
places from $100,000 to $1 million.
It is.
Yes,
Okay.
but we are working on that chart that shows if you own X amount of valued home, this is what your increase would be. Is
Right.
that done yet?
It's only up to $1 million. I think you're asking if we did a tiered.
Right. I'll follow up with you. So I'm looking at exploring that. And on the back end of that, one of the things that myself and city manager heard at my budget meeting, folks, the people present were open to the idea of raising taxes if it didn't go into the general fund. So there were folks who were interested in seeing what it would look like if the taxes went to a specific line item. For example, the fire department. So I think while you may be able to help me sort out some of those comments, I don't know if that's something that we can legally do.
And I
but-
think, Alderman Braithwaite, members of the council, it goes back to people are okay to pay for certain services but not for others,
right?
And want some assurance of that. I haven't double checked the number, but Kate and Hitesh, the total amount of property tax does not cover police and fire, correct? So one of our challenges is we can't simply say that the property tax does it because it's not enough money.
Right.
You know, could we craft something over time that would say we would only have property tax pay for police and fire? Probably not. Could we have the council express the sort of the will or the thought of the council that things are being raised? Alderman Rainey last year, for a matter of fact, said didn't want to raise solid waste fees through the fee and charges, but instead it had it be a property tax.
Sure.
So, I mean, we could, I guess, have, unless we have to check with the county, another line that there was a public safety property tax, so that at least a portion of it would be earmarked, as a portion of it now is earmarked to solid waste. And then the policy question back to the council is,
sure,
how much earmarking is too much earmarking? But we could, Tash, we can check with the county. I don't know if they're never happy when we ask to break it out this finally for one jurisdiction. But we could ask the question, if we wanted to create a public safety property tax, could we do that? And would it be a separate line on the property tax bill? So we'll
there were
check
enough
that.
people who asked that I would be curious
absolutely.
to know what the answer to that question
And we
would
just
be.
it's just the Cook County is just very reluctant. And when we took over the township, it was 6-9 months of negotiating with the county just to have the general assistance line be a separate line on the property tax.
I remember a $3.7 million surplus that you shared in one of your reports, and I think that was 2 weeks ago. Was that coming off of 2017 or 2018's budget? Am I mistaken?
I think I can answer that one and save you the trip up here. So right now, as it stands, we have $3.7 million in a surplus, but that has to carry us through the rest of the year.
Okay.
And because we've gotten the property taxes, you know, that revenue source is in, so we're high. But as we go through and pay, I think we have 5 payrolls next month.
You'll
3 payrolls next month. That will slowly creep back down to a lower level.
Perfect. Do you recall what our deficit was for 2017 that we projected for 2018? What number were we trying to balance? So this year it's 7 point whatever million. Last year we were trying to balance what number? Do you recall?
6
million. 6 million.
So we went up $1 million. So even though okay, got it.
We actually went down because we didn't have a capital project debt service or a specific dollar amount for reserves. So.
Thank you. And then my last thing is, I guess I would ask Wally just for an exercise, if there's an asset that you have identified within the last 2 years that we could potentially sell for additional dollars. We've talked about parking garages in the past, community centers. I mean, if we're talking about making major cuts, I think it's definitely makes sense to put back some things on the option block for selling assets.
and Alderman Braithwaite, members of the council, we can, if the council would like to talk about this, we would not be prepared through the next couple of weeks to have an asset and a dollar amount. But if the council through this budget process would like to direct us either through, look at the parking garages specifically, look at any city facilities. We have 75 parks. There's been a reluctance in the past, I think, to go down this road. But if the council would like us to, take, I would hope that there'll be several projects that you'll assign us for the first part of next year. So I think that's just a matter of emotion at some point.
Yeah, and that doesn't, if the city were to reallocate its assets or sell an asset, it doesn't solve the problem that we have in front of us right now. So, but it does potentially help us reduce our debt, which therefore reduces our interest and principal that we pay every year. Okay. Anything else, Alderman Braithwaite? Nope. Okay. So one other number, and I want to make sure I have this right, that 400 for every 1% increase in the corporate sort of property tax, our portion of the corporate property tax produces $400,000 in revenue. All right, so that's a really important number for everybody to know. Okay, so when you look at things, and if you're thinking about property tax, just realize 1% increase in the property tax. Again, this is 1% of about 15% of the bill, but 1% generates $400,000. So if you did nothing, if you cut nothing and said everything's going to be the way it is, and you've got a $7.5 million deficit that you're trying to plug, that's an 18.75% property tax increase. Is that correct? And if I misspoke, please correct me, City Manager.
That's approximately correct, yes.
Yeah, and then we would do the spreadsheet.
And we have that information. 1% increase for different types of houses.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we need to take a 2-minute break. Because we started at 6 p.m., our video recording equipment can only reliably record for 4 hours straight. And so we would, if we could just take a 2-minute break to make whatever adjustment is needed to continue recording so that we don't have a problem.
Okay.
Do we have executive session tonight?
We do not. We do not. So what time do we all have right now?
It's 22 after, so if we could just, 2 or 3 minutes.
All right. Why don't we?
Make a motion real quick. Then could I use 2 minutes to make a motion?
2 minutes to make a motion?
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's just take it.
I move that we recess for 2 minutes.
Is that a second? All right, we're going to recess. Let's be back here at 10:25. So where we left off is on parking, and so our recess has concluded, and we're at parking. Alderman Fisk's light was the last one that was left on. If you want to take up parking, Alderman.
Where is everybody?
We got everybody. They're all up here. Alderman Suffredin just went, I think, to the restroom, and everybody else is here.
Okay. So I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion that we, this is what you want, Mr. City Manager, right? Straw votes?
The mayor has, I think, had a different approach.
I thought our approach was we were talking about each of these, not motioning and voting on.
Okay. When is the proper time to make a motion then? What do you want to do?
I was proposing that we go through, and what I'm thinking, given the hour, everything else, is that we go through the revenue today, that we finish the revenue today, not take any votes, but get feedback from everybody on these different things. I'll summarize right now. If we're done, I think we've had a good conversation about parking. I'll summarize the feedback, but of course, city staff has been listening.
Okay, let me just then quickly say that I would like to raise the parking lot monthly fee from $60 to $90, which I think is much more in keeping with what the market rates are out there.
That's great. So that was my first one. Increase off-street. Again, the city manager can run numbers. The city staff can run numbers. We're just sort of taking and hearing. And again, there's nine folks up here. Everybody's got slightly different. But I think there was some consensus around some of this stuff. Increasing off-street parking, house of worship. If we're going to have Sunday, take that into account and possibly adjust the time. Maybe it's noon on or something along those lines. So city staff will look at that. that. Indexing price increases. Okay, but again, I think the city staff can work through some of the details here. But increasing some kind of a price index to take a look at that. Some concern about this big jump from $1 to $2 an hour for street parking, and so to take a look at whether there's something less there. Alderman Wilson and then Alderman Fisk.
I'm done.
Done? Okay. Thank you. One thing I think that got talked about some time ago, and particularly in light of the fact that we are charging for the Airbnbs, I think we don't have a charge for the regular B&Bs, so maybe I realize that's probably a pretty nominal amount of money, but just get a note on what that would look like.
Yeah, so what we'll do at the end, let's go through here, but since we jumped quickly on that, so let's add that to the list, City Manager, when you look at it. But let's keep going through, and then what I'm going to do at the end is other revenues that aren't listed here that people want city staff to think about, okay? All right, so let's go to building permit fees. Is there any discussion on those?
Perhaps Director Leonard can get up and talk briefly about the whole concept of expediting fees.
We got that. We got it.
Got it?
We got it.
Okay.
Pay to play. Got to pay to play.
All right.
Business license registration fee has been discussed at economic development. Vacation rental permit and administration. This is a more vigorous registration process for Airbnbs. We would have some ordinance changes should the council wish to go down this road to have our program more closely mirror the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago does this pretty well, and we think that from a regional perspective, if our administration was similar or identical to Chicago, that would be helpful in the collection of permits and tax revenue. All right. Park revenue, we added Fleetwood Jourdain Theater fundraising revenue. We're looking to see that the Fleetwood Jourdain Theater, through its activities, raise an additional $10,000 a year through ticket sales or fundraising to help support their efforts. Washington National TIF, we've talked about, I think, in the overview discussions that with the closure of the TIF, there is money that will come back to the general fund, and that dollar amount $628,759. Other revenue, wheel tax increase, again, as Assistant City Manager Storley said, we have just sent out, I think today is when the forms are starting to hit the mailboxes for 2019. So this would be an increase for 2020. The lion's share of that money would come in during the 2019 fiscal year. We have not raised the wheel tax in, 9 or 10 years. So this would be the first increase there. $85 is still less than Chicago, but more than, I think, everyone else around us. Transportation network tax increase. This is the Uber and Lyft fees from 20 cents to 45 cents per ride. This is for any ride that begins or ends in the city of Evanston. This is still 20 cents less approximately than what the city of Chicago is charging. Our understanding is we are the only two communities in Illinois currently doing this. I'll pause at that point.
Thank you. I got a couple lights on. Let's go to Alderman Fleming and then Braithwaite.
So for the wheel tax increase, I know this is next year, but in the paper recently they talked about the City of Chicago, and they are increasing their wheel tax. But in order to increase compliance and also be mindful of neighbors who can't afford that, they are looking at a program to, I think you can pay quarterly, so you buy a quarterly wheel tax instead of paying for it all at once. And so as we increase next year, I would be interested in moving towards something like that. I mean, obviously you can come in and pay it all at once if you want to, but for people who are looking at paying wheel tax at the end of the year, who are on, smaller incomes, who also want to be able to celebrate Christmas and so on and so forth, I think it would be great if we allow people to buy maybe a 6-month sticker. And you might get, again, more people. Chicago's estimating they're going to get higher compliance numbers because people can actually afford to buy it versus people who just don't buy it, the whole year. So that's something to think about next year. So the block party permit, can you just tell me what that $70 gets people who, what do they get with their permit aside from the barricades?
Sometimes the fire department shows up, your PST officer, the mayor.
But if we're paying $70, are they guaranteed to the fire department and PST officer showing up?
We
or
never
they just
guarantee. No, we never guarantee.
I understand we don't guarantee. So what I'm asking is the $70. Is it just?
Well, right now, Alderman Fleming, there is no administrative charge. People come in and take out a permit, so this is trying to recoup the administrative charge of processing the permit, the cost of the barricades, both drop off and pick up. I don't think we looked at the cost associated with police or fire visiting. I mean, that's not the purpose of this. The purpose of it is the office administrative time and then the barricades.
All right. So I think that's a little high considering we've never charged anything and you're still just getting the same service that you got last year for free. So I'm happy to pay for some administrative fee, but I don't know that it costs us $70 to do that. And I have a ward that has a lot of block parties and they've had them for 1,000 years. And, I imagine they can pay the $70, but it might be nice to start at something a little more reasonable. And then my other thing that I'd like a little more information about, and I think I read in the budget memo, was the contracting out of the crossing guard. So one place I read, it said, kind of what we assume this is going to look like after we go out for an RFP. And I think another document said that we've already gone out for an RFP. So if I can have some clarity on the crossing guards, that would be great.
Certainly.
Okay. A few other lights going on. How about Alderman Braithwaite, then Ravel, then Wilson?
Just a quick question. Line 46, the transfer network increase, would that also include our seniors who are utilizing the new debit card?
I don't believe there's any way to exempt them from that.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we going to do an explanation of the crossing guards? Or is that coming later?
I'm sorry?
The crossing guard explanation.
We did submit an RFP earlier last month. Those responses were due this week? Last week, yes. So we're anticipating reviewing those responses in the next few weeks and then returning to the council with the results. We did stipulate that any service provider would have to retain all the existing guards in their current locations so that there would not be any change in the employment of the existing guards. That was important. And also there'll be a preference for Evanston residents to be hired. The other benefits to it is, as you're all aware, the labor market is very tight. It's very difficult to recruit crossing guards. We have high turnover in the position, which is why we have so much time devoted from the parking enforcement officers to covering the crossings. So with many of these service providers, they have other contracts that they do for special events, other types of employment, so people can supplement their income by taking on other assignments throughout the year, up and down as they choose. So it's more attractive to people who are looking for work because they can increase their income should they desire to.
Great, thank you, Ms. Storley. Let's go with Alderman Ravel, then Wilson.
I just like to quickly second Alderman Fleming's comments about the fee for the block party permits. I think it's a community benefit to really encourage neighborhoods to get together and have their block parties, and I am reluctant to try to discourage that in any way.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Ravel. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I think it's probably more than offset by the change in the surface lots. I would also like to have our park staff get back to us. What if we added paddleboard and kayak racks at the Lighthouse Beach? It's probably not big enough for sailboats. It's in there already.
We've got a memo on it.
Oh, okay, I missed it. For the Lighthouse Beach. Well, yeah, okay, all right, I didn't see that. Okay, I see people there all the time. It seems like the currents are okay. Never mind. I don't want anybody to drown. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Line 50 is the dumpster permit, and I think I asked this question last year, and I'll ask you again, especially because we're looking to increase the fee. Is there a reason that we cannot entertain multiple vendors? Why are we locked into one vendor for our dumpsters?
That is the decision of the city council. that the city council provides a franchise that includes those bins.
What would it take to allow for multiple vendors that I think would make it impact the market rate that a person would have to pay?
Mr. Stonebeck is here. I don't know if he knows off the top of his head what the expiration date of that current franchise agreement is.
I think people do it if they try to get around it. I've seen a few around town, but for the most part, we're told that we can't.
Good evening, Dave Stonebeck, Public Works Director. Our contract with Groot on the franchise agreement goes through 2020, I believe November of 2020. And yes, our ordinance, the way it's established, would indicate that they are the sole vendor to provide roll-off carts.
Okay.
So it's by ordinance and by contract?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the $3 increase, is that for dumpsters on your property or in front of your house?
That is for...
just in front of your house?
Yeah, taking up the right-of-way.
That's what I thought. Okay. And then the one thing, this is a totally different subject. I would like to understand the impact, and I think is it up at the top of the screen? Sorry, the $1.5 million transfer to the reserves.
What would you like to know, sir?
I would just like to know the impact of what if we only transfer $1 million versus 500. I understand why the 1.5 is a target. I'm just curious to know what if we do $1 million versus 500, and is it something that we can delay later on in the year versus at the beginning is my question.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Alderman Braithwaite, I can answer it now. It's a policy decision of the council. Like any business or home, it's prudent to have money in the bank.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you can put more money in than you want, and sometimes you can't. I'm recommending that, even with our best efforts, even if we do all wonderful things with this budget, and the Illinois General Assembly comes back in January and does nasty things, the ability to have that flexibility is good. Is $1.5 million better than $1 million? Sure. Can I quantify it in a very granular way? I really can't. Okay. So I think it's a policy decision for the council.
All right. Thank you.
Now, I imagine our cash reserves also affects potentially our bond rating.
Certainly. It's mentioned every time.
Right. Well, and that's given the fact that we just increased the debt limit, it's super important because if half a point or a point increase in the bond cost would be.
Okay. All right. A couple of the lights. Are you done, Alderman? Good. Alderman Wilson. Okay. Okay. Go on, Wally.
Go back to the list, Kate. So I think we left off at special refuse pickups, increased the fee from $60 to $100. I think historically we have not been covering the costs associated with those pickups. Increased transfer from the water fund from Morton Grove Niles water sales, so there is a profit that is built in, so we are estimating what a partial year sales will be to Morton Grove and Niles. They will not have a full year sales, and Mr. Stonebeck, I don't think we've gotten any more current information from Niles and Morton Grove other than they would like to start testing their systems before the end of the year, but that we would not necessarily be delivering water in any capacity for them, until second quarter maybe?
They hope to get as much water as they can take in December and move off of the Chicago system. However, a pipeline will be constructed between Evanston and Morton Grove and Niles, but their intermediate pump station and reservoir will not be completed until about mid-2019, so we would be unable to provide their full day demand. So they will retain their connections with Chicago until their system is fully operational, probably middle of 2019.
So this transfer of $250 is our best estimate of a reasonable amount based on what we expect sales to be through December 31st, 19.
Yes.
We have not taken administrative expenses from the sewer fund. As I think you know, we have routinely taken sort of a franchise fee to ourselves out of the water fund, but we have not done that with the sewer fund. So we're proposing to do that for the first time of $100,000. We've talked about the crossing guards, the grant for the body camera software and storage. So this is money that we're still receiving, a small portion coming in as additional revenue, different than previous years. Vital records, I think we've talked about. Decrease in cell phone citations. So on July 1, 2019, we will no longer be able to write a local ticket for cell phone citations. All those tickets will be county tickets and adjudicated at Skokie Court. So that is the estimate and decrease there. There are also expense impacts with administrative adjudication, which we can talk about another time. Decrease in parks grant from YOU. We received notification that they had passed through some grant funds that they had received over the last several years. That is no longer going to occur in 19. We currently reimburse District 65 and District 202 for the electric and telecommunications taxes that they pay. We are not under obligation by state law to do that, so we are proposing to stop doing that. Increase film permit fees. We have seen an uptick in filming here, lots of different reasons for that, and this is mostly an uptick in the motion picture and television film permits, not student film permits or commercials, but the Dick Wolf, Chicago, various series, things like that. It's still a pretty minor fee for us, and so this $8,000 increase is a pretty big increase. Is it double, Erica? Almost double. So we have been getting small amounts of money, and perhaps at a future time we can talk more about where we want to sit with film permits. And then a transfer from the Special Assessment Fund. This is a one-time transfer and the only one-time money in the entire budget solution. We have a Special Assessment Fund attached. That's the 50-50 sidewalks and I'm sorry, alley paving, and so there is excess fund balance there, which we feel comfortable in transferring. So that's $500,000. So that is revenue, $3,349,989. Again, the biggest revenue source that's not on here is property tax, and Hitesh, $410,000 per percent. So something to keep in mind there. Mr. Mayor, would you like to go on to expenditures? It's
No.
before 11.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to open it. Let's keep it on revenue and just open up the conversation to other revenue ideas that members up here may have.
So
well, we mentioned the one with bed and breakfast. Alderman Wilson mentioned that. Mm-hmm. Anything?
Several changes we talked about.
I'm sorry.
Several proposed changes that we talked about.
Yeah.
Yep, there were changes that who knows what the net is. Again, the city staff can run all that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is what we call below the line changes, and these are ideas that we've had, which we are not today proposing, but other thoughts to do that. Hitesh, the first one on the EAV, we've already captured that, haven't we? Or is that's not additional dollars?
This is the, yeah.
Go ahead and speak on.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, this is the additional dollar because of the kind of increase in EAV. We just looked at the TIF, but I think there will be some increase in EAV. So to recapture that without affecting the rate, we estimate maybe a $700,000.
So this is in addition to what we've already have above the line.
Correct.
And the reason it's not above the line currently is?
Because this is like at least a property tax increase, not the rate increase, but it's the dollar increase.
Okay. And so this could be part of a property tax solution should the council wish to do that. And
yes.
we could come back and talk about the pros and cons if there are such between a flat rate increase and the adding of the equalized assessed
Right.
value from the Washington National.
And I like to be always like conservative because I know the counties change the things. We don't know the economic market, what would be the real. Yes, overall economy is doing good, and that's one of the reasons why we kept it there
And
below
this
the
may
line.
be something for 2020 after a year under our belt with the property, with the excess valuation of the TIF being back on the general roll.
Correct, yeah. So we would have
that
better-
might be more prudent for a 2020 inclusion, and anything we gain in 19 we could report, and if the council wished to spend that 9 months from now, 10 months from now.
Correct.
From a prudent standpoint. I mean, we've talked, I think, in bits and pieces about the Washington National TIF. At the end of the day, it's going to be one of the most successful TIFs in the state of Illinois' history. So people sometimes have questions about TIFs and why you do them. This is now the second large TIF that we're ending in the last 5 or 6 years. The Downtown 2 TIF, I think we estimated was the most successful TIF in Illinois history. So the sheer amount of assessed valuation that is coming back on the tax rolls, I won't say it's unprecedented, but it certainly doesn't happen every day. And I think, working with Cook County to make sure that all is well, and then as reassessments occur of those properties, prudence is probably the better part of not touching this dollar amount, at least for 19 and perhaps revisiting it in 20. But again, the 1% property tax increase, $410,000. We've included the $850,000. There is a ballot initiative on the ballot next Tuesday in the city of Evanston that would change the calculation of real estate transfer tax payments, and so that's $850,000, and should that pass, that would be available to the council for use. Home rule sales tax, our home rule sales tax is still slightly below some of our neighboring communities, including Chicago and Skokie. And so, again, at this point, we're not proposing that, but it's something that the council may wish to consider. An increase in the amusement tax. We have an amusement tax that is separate from the athletic ticket tax. The amusement tax is largely paid for by the movie theater. That has not been adjusted in a while, so that may be something the council wishes to consider. An additional increase on the wheel tax, additional changes to street cleaning and towing charges. The assistant city manager has some really interesting ideas on how to change street cleaning, which would eliminate towing and allow the city to retain the fees associated with towing, and instead use a combination of boots and what's the other?
The spider or something.
I want to say
The barnacle.
We've had a lot of success with the barnacle. That it's been now fully deployed. So if the council were to entertain a change in how cars are treated that are parked in a street cleaning area, we believe that could generate back to the city $425,000. Did I do an okay job of explaining that?
Yes, I just wanted to add that did go to Parking and Transportation Committee last Wednesday, and it was approved, so that will come forward to the council as part of the budget process, and we'll draw up the numbers based on what they recommended.
Okay, so we'll add that. I think, as Mayor Haggerty has indicated, if the council spends time on expenses next week, we'll come back then on the 12th of November with a revision, which will include that.
Wally, can I hold for 1 second? Alderman Fleming's light's been on for a bit.
Oh, that's okay. I thought we were starting the discussion about other revenue options.
Oh, okay. We'll let the city manager finish this, then, and we'll go to that. Thank you.
We've talked about the property sales. I think that may be it. Yes, that's it.
All right. So new revenue, Alderman Fleming, ideas?
Yeah, these aren't rocket science, but so a couple of things that we have budget memos for that I would like to suggest that so the car allowance program for our staff. I value our staff, but I think we should eliminate our current structure of car allowance and then just go with the reimbursement model. I think the IRS is 55 cents per mile. According to the memo, that would save us quite a bit. And I know that we don't have authority over the library, but I just have to say I'm highly concerned with the amount of car allowance that the library director is given. And I've asked the mayor to discuss that with the library board. But for the other ones that are not contractual, which I think is just a city manager, I think that in this tight budget year with all the cuts we're making, potentially to staff, that we should not utilize that program and just go to a simple mileage reimbursement.
Terrific. Thank you. Alderman Fisk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to suggest two things. Since we're increasing Uber and Lyft, I would like to consider a tax on private bus service, and also a tax on the on each response, our fire response and emergency response to Northwestern University that I believe was around 600 trips last year. So I'd like to know what those numbers are.
So, Alderman Fisk, members of the council, so you're asking for a tax on fire response, a
service fee.
A service fee.
Oh, no, I get it.
So a charge for service versus a tax.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then on the, we had talked about the private bus issue when it came to the transportation network tax, and I will ask the city attorney and her staff to review the current ordinance, because I believe the initial ordinance was written with some flexibility should we wish to do that in the future. So it would not take a wholesale revision, I don't think. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Alderman Fisk. Alderman Rainey.
I'd like a report on, and I know we're collecting people who are indebted to us, but I'd like a report on outstanding alarm fees and fines.
Okay.
All right, terrific. Thank you. Alderman Fleming.
Sorry, I forgot one when I was speaking earlier. So I know that we're going to cut back on the travel and training, and that everything over $100 must go to the city manager. Can we have some kind of criteria as to how you're going to decide, what gets approved and what doesn't? Again, in this tight budget year, I would like for us to just send staff to things that are really vital to their job. So I just would like some more information about how you're going to decide who's allowed to spend over $100. And the other thing that I have concerns about is the Merrick Rose Garden. I know there's a proposal for increased fees to use the garden, but I'm not sure that those, even with the increase of fees, that's going to recoup our cost. I'm concerned we're paying $60,000 for one park when we have a lot of parks in the city that need lots of maintenance. So I would be interested to see if there were a way we could work with one of, I don't know if we have a garden club or Paul, what's his name? D'Agostino, and the connections that he has, if we could not get some other community folks who are committed to gardening to help us to cut the cost there, because that's really a lot of money for one park.
Thank you, Alderman Fleming. Alderman Fisk.
I actually forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
It's late.
It is late. We'll come back to you. Alderman Sufferton.
I was just two things. Judith Treadway's suggestion on employee tax. Is there a way to figure out how that could even be implemented, or if there's a corollary where we could incentivize residency for employees? I assume that would all have to be bargained, and it would take some time to phase in. But
we'd be happy to look into it. I don't know under Illinois law our ability to tax our own employees. So we'll be happy to look to the extent that we can.
Okay. That, and then video gaming at liquor establishments.
What was that, Alderman?
Video gaming, liquor establishments, American Legion, opting in on that. There's a state framework available to us.
And Alderman Sufferton, members of the council, we've done some initial research on that. The council, Evanston was one of the first communities in Illinois to ban video gaming. So there's an ordinance on the book, so we'll just take a repeal.
Okay, Alderman Fisk.
So I remembered. So the sale of the library parking lot, that agreement is up in December. I believe they've just filed again for DAPR. They haven't filed. They're not coming to DAPR. They are coming to DAPR.
they submitted updated plans, so that's not a plan development application until we just received it today. We're going to review it to make sure it was complete.
Okay, so
we're not considering it received quite yet.
Okay, all right. So let's say that moves forward. Would that be considered a sale within this year if we have that agreement or not?
My recommendation to the council would be we would not book it until the money is received.
Okay.
My request, which Alderman Braithwaite's mentioned, Alderman Ruth Simmons, would be after this budget season, so in December, if the city staff could do some analysis and identify some city assets for this council to discuss and decide if we want you to do some real analysis into them. Again, this isn't going to solve the budget problem that we have now. It really is about, again, a reallocation of assets. Big organizations do this all the time, and again, there's a lot of analysis that would have to go in for this council to make any kind of decision on those. Parking garages come to mind for me in particular. But if you could come in December with just here's some ideas of a couple places, and then the council can sort of give you. I don't want you to run down a road if everybody's like, yeah, we're not going to touch a particular thing. Alderman Braithwaite.
Around about the possibility of selling this parcel and moving the city of Evanston downtown to the library lot. So I don't know if that's just a little.
It's the first time I've heard that rumor.
Oh, well, I made that suggestion at my ward meeting. I'll be happy to say.
Oh, that's where it started.
Well, I mean, that was just last week, so I don't know. But
this building is not for sale, sir.
No, the whole parcel and moving.
Oh, I mentioned the building.
There have been lots of discussions over many years.
It would? Wouldn't fit in the footprint?
All right. Any other suggestions or thoughts for the city manager and his staff? Okay, Alderman Fleming.
I have one more. So in the police department, I know they gave us a long memo about their overtime. I guess I would like more information. There were things like attendant management meeting. And so on the police overtime memo, they listed why they take overtime. And there were things like, and I can't find it, but there were things like attendant management meeting. I don't know if we can just look at very simply making our management meeting at a time when all of them are on duty and they don't have to then file overtime. I don't know how the police department works, but there's a lot of money in overtime there, and I know we're increasing the overtime budget. The other question I have while the chief is coming up is there's an addition for a civilian community engagement specialist, and maybe the budget memo is not quite thorough enough, but it mentions essentially this person's going to, I think, work with PST and do some
Facebooking.
Social media. And so if you can clarify if there's more to it than that would be great.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Alderman. Let me start with the second question first. In an effort to review the police department staffing, which will be discussed at length at the next Human Services meeting, one of the proposals put forth by the city manager was to provide some additional technical support for primarily the problem-solving team. And with the theory being is that we would be able to force information out to the public in much smaller batches. It's something that's significant to your neighborhood, to your black watch group, rather than the larger citywide information we're pumping out now. And so that's an upgrade in services, and we would attempt to tailor that information to those smaller groups to make it more relevant. As to the overtime, there is no time any day of the week that everyone is working in a 24/7 operation. When we collect people for a management meeting, which is quarterly, all the sergeants, all the commanders, the deputies, and the civilian bosses are in the room to discuss what we need to do. And that happens on a quarterly basis, and there's no time that everybody's working. And so the sergeants are compensated by contract for that attendance.
Okay, so, sorry. All right, thank you. So I guess I'm still would like to have further discussion. I mean, that was a fine explanation, but about the need for this community engagement officer at the rate of, or I guess they're not an officer civilian, at the rate of $100,000. I think it would be, sounds nice and great, but I'm not sure if this is the year that we should be looking at adding this position, considering that, at least for my ward, my PST officer usually is pretty available to respond to people. I don't know that I have a great need for electronic or social media correspondence when she's available to usually tend to all the needs of, that we have in my specific ward. So I would be happy to table this position for another year.
And the management audit that the Human Services Committee is going to receive on Monday night, that position's addressed in that management audit as well.
Great, thank you.
Alderman Ruth Simmons has a comment.
Sure.
Alderman Ruth Simmons would like us to look at two things. One, the hourly rental fee comparable to the facility rental fee for the Playmobil. So I think she must mean the recreation trailer that we bring out. So I don't believe we charge a fee for that currently. So we could look at the fee. So Kate, if you could get that, and then one market rate operator for the studio at Gibbs Morrison. I think Alderman Ruth Simmons and Director Hemingway have talked about that as to how that might be able to generate additional revenue. So we can continue those discussions.
Terrific. Okay. So we will, just so everybody in the public's clear, we're going to hold a public meeting on the budget on Monday, November 5th. It's going to occur after the 6 p.m. Human Services meeting. And at that meeting, we're going to get further into expenses. But I think we had a good discussion today, and I appreciate everybody sticking with it and everybody that came out. We're just going to do call of the wards and wrap this meeting up. Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on behalf of all the residents of the Second Ward, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the family of Pierre Jean Paul. He transitioned at 2 a.m. this morning. He was born December 24th, 1929, and again passed last night. So I just want to, on behalf of the family, thank the mayor, city manager Wally Bobkowitz, Director of Parks and Recs, Petra Belcher, as well as the Parks and Recs Board for moving the street naming throughout the process. I think literally if we had waited any longer, he would not have been present to participate in that ceremony. And one of the things I just want to say, and I know the mayor was there, it was probably the most amazing thing that I've ever seen is that when he came out, and there's video online, that it was a very dark, cold day, and I think before we came there was hail that his granddaughter shared, which she called confetti from heaven. And literally, as the man came out, the sun came out and the clouds receded. It was the most amazing thing that I've ever seen in quite some time. So although his presence will definitely be missed, the contributions that he made to the Evanston community, particularly the Haitian community, will never be forgotten. So thank you all.
Thank you, Alderman Braithwaite, for sharing that. He was a great man. Alderman Nguyen.
First, I'd like to thank Rabbi London and the Beth Emet congregation for hosting the prayer vigil last night, and it was very powerful. It was a real coming together of so many people in the community, and I think everyone who was there really appreciated it. On Thursday, I have my regular office hours at Brothers K, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., and please, everyone, come on out. Thanks.
Alderman Wilson. If Alderman Ruth Simmons has something, just text it into the city manager, Alderman Sufferton. Alderman Ravel.
A couple of weeks ago, I mentioned that the private developer who's interested in getting road access to his landlocked property in Wilmette has come back again with another proposal, this time to come in from Maple Avenue in Wilmette, pave over a big chunk of the Canal Shores Golf Course, hole number 10. And so his proposal is quite likely going to be considered at the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District Board meeting on Thursday morning, and I will be speaking on behalf of Mayor Haggerty and the rest of the City Council, expressing our opposition to this paving over of the golf course, taking this public benefit for a private purpose.
Thank you, Alderman Ravel. Alderman Rainey.
No report.
Alderman Fleming.
I just want to thank the members of the Ninth Ward who continue to come out and voice their opinions in many ways. And thank you to the residents who attended the ward meeting last Thursday.
Thank you, Alderman Fisk. She's ceding her time to Alderman Braithwaite.
Just quickly, I don't know if we've recognized that it's Alderman Fleming's birthday this evening. Was it yesterday?
Happy birthday.
So just thank you for all that you do. Happy birthday.
Did we have a cake?
Yeah. And no report from Alderman Drew Simmons. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second? All right. All in favor? All right. No one wants to stay? All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and thank you, everybody, for watching from home. Bye-bye.